by the Land and Cultivate in Different World. Volume 8 by Okazawa Rokuja. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 259. Mermaid Branch School. Yup, it's me again, Kidden. Angel and her group are back on our farm. However, one thing bothers me. They've multiplied. I could have sworn there were 6 of them, including Zothsira, but now there are 20. Multiplication? I didn't know mermaids could multiply. No. What makes you think that? Interjects Zothsira, but we really appreciate your help this time, you know. Why have they increased in number, then? Among the 20 mermaids, the 5 girls, Angel, Discus, Veiltail, Hecalii, and Batricus, have bitter smiles. Who are the rest of the unfamiliar faces? I personally haven't seen nor met them before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Saint. I've heard a lot about you, says one of the somewhat older-looking mermaids, bowing her head. She gives off an awfully meticulous impression. I'm Carp, a teacher at Mermaid Witch Academia, the most prestigious school in the Mermaid Kingdom. Ah, I remember that name being mentioned before. I am pleased to announce the proposed establishment of Mermaid Witch Academia's branch school here on the farm managed by you, Lord Saint. Hence, I would like to ask for your kind support. Huh? Branch school? The heck's that? It was so sudden that I had to repeat the word in my head to understand it. That's the compromise plan, explains Zothsira. Compromise plan? The girls want to continue their studies here at the farm. But if they do, the prestigious school's reputation will be ruined. You cannot satisfy both sides. That's why we're setting up a branch school here, so Angel and the others will still be considered students of the same institution. Oh, I see. Seems like gray sophistry politicians tend to think of. What does this have to do with the number of mermaids that have increased since you left, though? If we're going to set up a branch school, we'll need a more respectable number. Think of them as exchange students from Mermaid Witch Academia's main school. Oh, okay. So, they also want to study here. I've been assigned to be in charge of the branch school and to guide the students. Naturally, I'm also going to be of service to you, Lord Saint, the husband of Princess Platty, says Carp. Am I right? As she bows her head again. No wonder she's the only one who doesn't look like a student in this group of unfamiliar faces. Please, we'd like your permission to establish a Mermaid Witch Academia branch school here. Well, it's not like I'm against it. We've already taken in a lot of new residents, so there's no point in worrying about it now. Though, we do need to give some consideration to the other residents and ask for their opinions. I'm fine with it. I think it's a good idea. The mermaids department is regularly short-staffed, so it might be a good idea to add a few more of them. We'll have to bake more plates, won't we? Woof, woof, Mrio. We'll have to produce even more milk starting tomorrow. Newfwens, do they drink? They seem generally welcoming. However, we have a problem. This statement ironically came from a mermaid, one of the 6 witches, Lampi, the Witch of Hellfire. Huh? Just you? Where are the others? Puffer's out as usual, and Garufa's in the infirmary, not because she's too busy with her duties, but because she can't stand being called crazy again. The new mermaids let out impressed voices, saying, the Witch of Hellfire is here. Wow, she's really here. The 6 witches sure have a high status back in their nation. Huh? Puffer and Garufa are fine, but where's Platty? Isn't she supposed to be in charge of things like this? She's my wife and the mermaid team's representative, after all. Shouldn't the opinion of the entire mermaid team come from her? So, why Lampi? And why the adverse reaction? I'm speaking on behalf of the princess. Such was her opinion. Huh? Princess Platty and at school have had many conflicts, so. Is that right? But when I was about to ask for more information, something strange happened. Carp's eyes glinted for a moment. Princess Platty. You're there, aren't you? Gah. You found me. You were here this whole time. Platty. Too naive. Princess Platty. Have you forgotten how many times I caught you sneaking out of class as a student? That's why I hate you. You're a ghost of the past. You shouldn't be stepping into my paradise. It's rare to see Platty in an unfavorable position like this. Exactly what kind of relationship did they have? Oh, didn't the crowned witch drop out of Mermaid Witch Academia? says Zothsira. I've only learned about this through hearsay, but apparently, due to Princess Platty's personality, she didn't fit in with the school's authoritarian order and clashed with the teachers many times. Perhaps Carp was the spearhead of those clashes, says Lampi. Is that why the teachers have been looking at me that way? Asks Angel. Well, if you're the younger sister of a troublemaker, you're bound to get some attention, whether you like it or not. Meanwhile, Platty and Carp are fighting with each other. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I came here to protect and educate the current students and meet you again, Princess Platty. Now is the time for you to be re-educated along with Princess Angel and her friends and officially graduate from Mermaid Witch Academia. Shut up. I've already graduated from being controlly. Being polite and earnest isn't in me. I just wanted to be free as soon as possible. Platty is throwing a tantrum like some kid, but don't flail around too much. I'm worried about our child. There's her strong revulsion. The princess even pleaded with me to object to the teacher's offer on her behalf. Exasperatedly, says Lampi. Platty actually pleaded to someone. Even the crowned witch has her natural enemies. It's kind of understandable that Carp, a person of discipline and meticulousness, wouldn't be on the same wavelength as the princess, a witch. In addition to that, a mentor is the most challenging person to defy in one's life, next to one's parents. If so, what should I do? I wouldn't want to welcome new residents when my beloved wife doesn't want me to. Oh, I know. I'll use my authority as the farm owner's wife to reject you. You should all just go back to the Mermaid Kingdom at once. Why me too? Angel takes collateral damage. I'll have no choice but to agree with Platty's decision if she insists. But you leave us no choice, says Carp calmly. I can only show you this letter I received from Queen Mai. From Mum. Carp pulls out some kind of broad seaweed from her pocket. A letter written on a piece of seaweed. Platty snatches the letter from her and reads it. For a few seconds, her eyeballs moved left and right. Eventually, I hereby approve the establishment of the branch school. Yay! The mermaid students are overjoyed, while Platty is utterly beaten. Platty had one more natural enemy. Chapter 260, is Under the Sea. A letter from her mother shattered Platty's stubborn will. Is it that hard to defy her? Let's find out from an excerpt of a letter. My beloved Platty, congratulations on your pregnancy. You are now an adult. I couldn't be prouder as your mother. Are you taking good care of yourself? Are you making sure you're not sleeping with your belly exposed? Your body is not yours alone anymore, so you have to be more careful. Usually, I'd come over and congratulate you in person, but I can't be away from your younger siblings, so I've decided to write this letter and give it to Carpi. Omitted. I trust you'll take care of the branch school's establishment. With love, Mum. There's no way I can say no to Mom's kind words, says Platty as she cries tears of joy. I see. Appealing to her weak point is also her natural enemy. I think there was some pretty nasty political stuff in the omitted part, but we'll get to that later. Fine. We'll start a branch school or whatever. I'll listen to anything Mom says. And so, Platty gives in as well. Now that there's no one left to oppose, I hereby approve the establishment of Mermaid Witch Academia Farm Branch School. UOA. All the mermaid students rejoice, including Angel and her friends. Why are they all so overly delighted? Quiet down, everyone. With just one shout from Carp, things instantly quiet down. As merladies, you must refrain from such immodest behavior. You will not only learn pharmacy magic here, but you will also learn how to behave nobly like the ladies you are. Yes, MAAM, Teacher Carp is strict. Come to think of it, I also had a carping teacher like her during my school days. Meanwhile, Platty is purring close to me. It's as if I'm seeing a fluffy tail swishing behind her. Though, obviously, she doesn't have one. She's a mermaid. Vale is our only cat character here, and that's more than enough for me. Therefore, Saint, we need to discuss our schedule with you. Schedule? A student's life is all about order. The students will be following a daily schedule that has been carefully made by our instructors, she says as she lays out another broad piece of seaweed. This must be their version of paper. Written on it is a detailed schedule of when to get up, go to class, start work, etc. It's so detailed down to the very minute. I boldly toss the seaweed into the pot to make dashi out of it. Please discard this schedule. Our farm is all about tranquility. It will ruin the atmosphere if people are forced to live such a time-pressed life. You can work whenever you want, however you want here. That's what makes this place pleasant and fun. As long as we all have a set time to eat, wake up, sleep, and drink the milk the satyrs hand out, the rest is all up to you. Efficiency? Who cares? I'm in a different world, so I'm free from such things. But our school's education, it's a branch school within our farm. If you can't adhere to our ways, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to leave. Behind me, I could hear, "Way to go, dear, you're so cool, brother-in-law." From the two mer princesses. I understand, we're already indebted enough as it is already. I suppose we should comply. Thank you for understanding. Behind me, I can hear more merry voices, saying, "See that? That's my dear's power, brother-in-law's power." Well, since you're going to be living with us, we have to prepare your quarters too. There's no way we can let them stay out in the open. And since there are more than a dozen of them, we'll need to build another house, my lord. Do we get to build things again? Orcubo and the rest of the orc team seem excited. They've really become construction junkies. Our boys want to indulge in their hobby, so they'll build you your place to stay shortly. That can't be, huh? We can't nurture the merfolk's pride if we let others do everything for us. We'll secure our own quarters. So, they'll be building their own house? Will you be hiring carpenters from the mermaid kingdom? No need. We mermaids have this, says Teacher Carp, taking out a white pebble of some sort. It's about the size of her fingertip. A coral? From the looks of it, it's probably a fragment of it. It's not just any coral. It's one of Princess Platty's great inventions, a sample of a hypertrophic growth coral. Hypertrophic growth coral? You really brought that old thing with you? Asks Platty. She probably invented it, but really? What exactly is a hypertrophic growth coral? It's a coral that grows at an explosive rate when a special growth accelerating potion is mixed with it, and you can decide in advance what shape it will take. That's why it's possible to grow them into hollow, roofed houses. With this, mermaids can instantly lead a cultural life in any ocean. So, like a coral house? But corals can only thrive in the ocean, so that means they'd have to be built underwater, right? You won't be staying at the farm? We are mermaids, and we should live our basic life in the sea. We will build our quarters in the nearby waters and live there. During daytime, we will ingest the humanizing potion and go on land. That's too much trouble. If they're going to live with us, why don't they just stay on land? Besides, a cultivation coral house is just prefabricated with simple construction, a far cry from a house built by a professional coral carpenter. It's one thing to make your camp out more comfortable, but not as a permanent solution to it. No, merfolk's pride can only be nourished by cherishing sea life. Her statements alone are more than enough for me to understand Carp's stubbornness and troublesomeness. As a teacher, the students with her probably find it unbearable. To avoid becoming a burden on Princess Platty and the rest, we will be providing our own meals, too. Section. Thus began Mermaid Witch Academia's farm branch school. At first, the girls built a sea dorm near the farm as instructed by their teacher Carp, slept there at night, came on land in the morning in their human forms, took classes, and helped with the farm work. Then, they returned to the sea after dark, reverting to their mermaid forms. Such was the repetition of their life. Eventually, do they wear such cute clothes when they sleep on land? They're called pajamas. All the clothes here are made by the best demoness artisan. The mermaid students are all of a certain age, and the longing to dress up in pretty clothes can't be taken away from them. What's more, lunch at the farm is so delicious. It's nothing compared to food under the sea. I've had enough of eating raw fish. I've also had it with the philosophy that drinking seawater is enough to make you live. At some point, one by one, the students began to stay on the ground, and it wasn't long before they all refused to return to their sea dorm. And Carp, will be in your care. With my homemade kebab in hand and a bashful expression on her face, Carp proposes a full-scale residence on our farm. By that time, All the newcomers were captivated by our farm life. The food on the farm is delicious. The milk from the satyrs is also delicious. The hot spring feels so good. So are these cozy food tunes. Lord Bacchus' sake is delicious. Wait, what? Aren't you still a student? And so, the mermaids could no longer live without the food and clothing produced on our farm. Once their official migration was settled. Orc team, assemble. It's your long-awaited building. Let's build a comfortable place for our new mermaid friends. But we already have, my lord. Huh? Fast. Well, it was only a matter of time before they gave in. Still, they started construction without waiting for their lord's signal. How impatient. Despite the twists and turns primarily due to Carp's fastidiousness, the Mermaid Branch School officially started. Chapter 261 Mermaid Teaching Methods. We'll be observing the lives of the mermaid students who have become our new residents. After all, they're here for their studies, a pattern different from usual. What will they learn and gain at our farm? As the farm owner, I'll be observing them to satisfy my curiosity. Our witches are the reason the mermaid students have decided to build a schoolhouse on our farm. The 6 witches are the best potion compounders in the mermaid realm, and to be taught by them is more fruitful than learning from any textbook or veteran teacher. But a specific group of people also refused to admit this. This is why our witches, who have become accustomed to living with us, will be most affected by their arrival. Among them, the first person I'd like to start with is Section. Oh? Is it just me, or are there more people? Asks Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold. She returned after a long time and noticed the increase in mermaids. Discus, when did you become able to multiply? Were mermaids always capable of such magic? That's not it. There's no way I could have multiplied myself, sis. I wonder if this eccentric way of thinking is what makes them genius witches. Puffer, along with Discus, her very first protégé, looks at the new students who have joined our farm. I never expected things to go this way while I was gone. Aren't you happy, Puffer? You've been wanting more helping hands for a long time. I say, the more people you have, the more you can leave the brewery in their hands and the longer you can stay with Prince Raana. There's a reason as to why Puffer's often out of the farm. Prince Raana, the heir to the throne of the Mermaid Kingdom, is currently on a Terranian pilgrimage. Puffer is accompanying him. Why, you ask? Because she is in love with the prince. To accompany the prince and work on the farm simultaneously, she has made a breakthrough and created a mermaid version of teleportation magic. The more manpower we have here, the less often she has to return and the more time she can spend with Prince Raana. So she must be extremely overjoyed right now. Well, on the other hand, if there are this many people now, there will inevitably have to be someone with a certain amount of responsibility to command them. This is going to be a tough one. Guess it didn't turn out as she hoped. No, wait. Isn't there something odd with what she just said? She's a generally accepted outlaw, is Puffer, whose raison d'etre is to oppose the regimen, saying she cares about the new group. I've got a question for you. In my confusion, one of the new mermaid students lashes out at her. Puffer, witch of the bitter cold, why do you not use your wisdom for the greater good? I was taught at home and at school that magic used by mermaids is for the mermaid kingdom and merfolk's benefit. However, you only want to use extraordinary magic for your own inquisitive intentions. Well, Puffer was indeed arrested for the dangerous research she was conducting. There is nothing to be learned from such a selfish person. I refuse to take lessons from you. This girl is probably from a self-righteous aristocratic family. That's why she can't stand Puffer's outlawry. But she's a reckless girl, nonetheless. I can't help but think she's dead in Puffer's mind for saying something like that to her face. I expected this poor girl would be blown away by Puffer's magic potion, not knowing what hit her. But, instead, she just receives a passionate hug. MMMBH. You're right. Her head is buried in Puffer's chest. It's true that I've been using my power only for myself, but I now realize that's not good enough. They say that you grow when teaching others, and by teaching you girls, I want to be reborn as a witch who is respected by others. Let's do our best together, okay? Hey, outlaw. Your fangs have gone dull. What in the world happened to you? Well, think about it. If I'm going to be Mermaid Queen in the future, recklessly making enemies is a bad idea, right? Mermaid Queen? This story is escalating much faster than I anticipated. The wife mustn't drag her husband down. This girl is a student of a prestigious school, so that makes her a future elite, right? Taming her doesn't seem so bad. Something must have happened between her and Prince Raana that resulted in this turbulent change. What I have in front of me isn't a quick-witted outlaw but a maiden in love who dreams of a happy family in the future. Hey, Discus, are you okay? Weren't you idolizing outlaw Puffer? Don't you feel disillusioned? I ask. It's all right. I've had vague ideas of where Sis Puffer went occasionally. I see. I suppose you would. In fact, it wasn't just occasional, but quite frequent. The power of love is incredible. Yeah. And so, Puffer of the Six Witches is surprisingly the most enthusiastic about teaching and education. Section. Next, we'll take a look at Lampi. An unfamiliar mermaid is already standing upright in front of her. My name is Crowntail from the Better family. Who? Well, I guess she must be one of the new mermaids who joined the branch school. Judging by the way she speaks, she's probably from a noble family or something. I deeply admire you, Master Lampi, the Witch of Hellfire. I was born into a family of fighting fishes and am aiming to become an imperial guard in the future. To be able to see you in the flesh like this makes me tremble in great happiness. You're the one with the higher family status, so you don't have to be so uptight and formal with me, says Lampi, puzzled. As I thought, the Six Witches are very popular among the mermaids. Actually, I have something I want to apologize to you about, Master Lampi. An apology? But isn't this our first meeting? Affirmative. However, what I want to apologize for is not myself, but my relative's misbehavior. Relative? I beg of you to forgive my incompetent brother for tricking you. Brother? My brother, Hendra Better, was born into the family of the famous fighting fishes but ran away and became a rhetorician, a complete disgrace. Nonetheless, he had the gall to pay a visit to King Negus and interfere in political affairs. Ah, that girl is Hendra's sister? I heard that you were incarcerated for rebuking him with your fists, but I believe you weren't wrong in the least. It was all my brother's fault. Come to think of it, Hendra's not here today. He'd usually drop by even without official business just so he could flirt with Lampi. Maybe it's just poor timing. I told my foolish brother that I hated him right after the incident, so I hope you'll let it pass for now. In the future, our family will do everything in our power to clear your name. What's past is past, says Lampi as she takes Crowntail's hand and smiles kindly. It's the present that matters. Let's talk more when you're a little calmer. I have some of Lord Saint's snacks with me too, if you want. I am honored. But, what am I supposed to talk about? Tell me all about Hendra. His childhood, his hobbies, everything. But why? Lampi, you're going to be teaching the other students too, you know? Thus, Lampi and Crowntail leave the scene. Still, I think there would be chaos once Hendra visits again. Section. Last but not least, I hear some noise coming from the infirmary of Gararufa, the Witch of the Plague. As I listen in silence, mad, 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 mad. Such endless, choral chanting was the only thing I could hear. I decided to leave them alone and walk past. Chapter 262 Mermaid of Conspiracies. I'm among the few selected students studying at Mermaid Witch Academia's Farm Branch School. This project began with Mermaid Queen Mai's fickle proposal. Even so, there was a rush of applicants. After all, the offer was to receive direct tutoring from the Six Witches, the best potion compounders in the mermaid realm. Everyone wants to learn the potion's secrets, from faddest students to even the most ambitious ones. As a result of various screenings, I was chosen along with more than 10 new students. Of course, Princess Angel and her followers are also with us. I don't have any particular talents or specialties. I was admitted to Mermaid Witch Academia simply because I was born to one of the many middle-class nobles in the Mermaid Kingdom. I guess I was lucky enough to enter this highly competitive school. That's the only reason I could think of. Still, I feel somewhat bitter about my luck because of this once-in-a-lifetime fortune. I am burdened with a serious mission that does not suit my banal self. My brother is a brilliant man despite his mediocre status and often makes public speeches. He is a so-called activist. He ordered me to find the farm's location where Princess Platty is living in seclusion. There's a controversy in the Mermaid Kingdom right now that could split the nation in half. It stems from the fear that the demons would attack the Mermaid Kingdom next, who have won the war against the humans and have taken total control over the earth. My brother belongs to the faction that believes the demon race is planning to attack and destroy our nation, and we should take action as soon as possible. Hence, he's trying to take these steps to fend off their invasion. We should revive Princess Platty's marriage plan and strengthen our friendly relations with the Demon Kingdom. Who she's married to now matters not one bit. We should force her to divorce him and marry the Demon King instead, he claimed. And for my brother, Princess Angel's visit to the farm where Princess Platty lives was like a godsend. The night before I left for the farm, he said, "Listen carefully. The future of the Mermaid Kingdom lies in your hands. Princess Platty, whose whereabouts are currently unknown, should be at your destination. Find out more about that place and use all means possible to inform me." He continued, "That's all you have to do. Once I know where she is, I will lead a group of people to pick up the princess and send her straight to the Demon King. No matter how tight their security is, it should be easy to take the princess if we have 50 of the bravest mermen. Lastly, that is the way to prevent the Mermaid Kingdom's downfall. Do you understand? Our success or failure lies in your efforts. You must never arouse suspicion from the teachers. I can't go against my brother, who has taken such good care of me, so I came to Saint's Farm with this secret kept close to my heart. Here, I confirmed Princess Platty's whereabouts. The first phase of my secret mission is complete. All that's left is to somehow inform my brother of this farm's precise location. If I can do that, my brother will come with a group of people to take the princess back. 1,000 mighty mer warriors. As my brother says, there's no such thing as tight security on a small farm like this. In my pensive mood, someone speaks up. We have an extraordinary teacher with us today. Section. I'm Sensei the Lifeless King. What kind of horrible, out-of-this-world monster is he? He looks like a dried-up mummy. However, the magical miasma emanating from him was so terrifying that many students, including myself, forgot to breathe and shuddered in fear. He was a human before his death, so mermaid magic is out of his expertise. Still, I can guarantee you'll learn a lot about magic so extreme you wouldn't care about such distinctions anymore, so please make the most out of this session. No, this isn't about how it'll be beneficial to our education or anything like that. Lifeless King? Isn't he one of the worst menaces on land? Why is he here giving us an open lecture? Sorry about this, Sensei. I can't say no to a request from you, Lord Saint. Besides, I feel young again when I get to interact with young people. If anything, I'd teach them any time of the day. It makes me happy hearing you say it rejuvenates you. Yes, I feel that one lesson can make me 10 years younger. But isn't 10 years within your error range, Sensei? The undead monster and the land-dwelling man laugh heartily. Is this what they call an undead joke? In any case, even if my brother led 5,000 elites, I don't think they could defeat the Lifeless King. Anyway, let's get right to it. Today will be a practical class. I'm going to summon a god, so please observe carefully. For the first time in my life, I was able to see Poseidon, the ancestral god of merfolk, in person. Section. After 2 to 3 screws of our common sense were blown off by the Lifeless King's class, another special lecturer, who defied conventional wisdom, appeared. I am the Demon Queen Astas. The Demon Queen? If memory serves me right, the Demon Queen is the Demon King's wife, right? Today, I have taken on the role of guest lecturer after Sensei the Lifeless King. I've always been indebted to Lord Saint, so I want to return the favor in any way possible. I'm determined to make everyone listen and remember every word I say. Otherwise, be prepared for the consequences. You scare me, Demon Queen. The tone of your voice sounds more like a general than a queen. Nonetheless, the most important thing I can tell you is the future relationship between our two races. Do not worry, for we are and will always be on the best of terms. Really? And the key to that friendship is Lord Saint, the owner of this farm, and his wife, Lady Platty. As long as these two people are alive and well, there will never be a war on Earth or underwater. On the contrary, what do you think would happen if someone tried to harm these two noble beings? We students all murmur at the Demon Queen's implied question. In the name of the Demon King's army, the culprit will be killed along with all of their relatives up to the 15th degree. When she said all that she had to say, she took her child from her subordinate and cuddled him with an absurdly sweet smile. The gap in her attitude was overwhelming. Section. I learn one crucial thing through today's special classes. This farm is not to be messed with. No few dozen mermen can subjugate this place. Rather, that's a complete underestimation. At the very least, the entire merfolk population might be required. We need to prepare ourselves for the demon race to become our enemy. The purpose of this secret mission was to avoid a war with them. Anyway, this plan must be aborted. But will my brother be convinced? Will he be able to accept things based on hearsay, not seeing firsthand how terrifying the farm is? In my confusion, a winged person is having a match with a dragon in the skies. However, only we students are looking up at them, panicking. A practice match, they said. Everyone else is used to seeing them already, they said. If you look a little beyond the horizon, you will also see someone noteworthy. Princess Platty, the heart of this matter. She is married to the owner of this mysterious farm and is pregnant with their child. She has a loving husband, is blessed with a child, and is happy no matter how you look at it. Who has the right to destroy this happiness? Ultimately, all I could do to keep everyone happy was write a coded message saying pending investigation. Extra, omitted. Oh yeah, there's a student there named 30. I think she's a spy from the anti-faction. You know, the group of people worried that the demons are going to attack us. She was sent there to find your whereabouts, so could you gently persuade her? You know how some people can be stupid when they set their eyes on one thing, focus on it, and neglect the rest. While we hold you in custody as bait to keep her from making any unnecessary moves, we'll make preparations to purge her. Since you're also a mer princess, could you at least help mommy buy some time? Omitted. Excerpt from Mermaid Queen Mai's letter to her daughter Platty. In response to this, Platty says, I didn't even need to go as far as to persuade her personally. Isekai de Tokyo Katnuju Otsukuru characters. With the number of characters increasing after working on this for a long time, I decided to write a general introduction. I hope you can make use of this to look up a particular character while reading the story from here on out. The characters listed are limited to those who, 1. have appeared in the story so far, and 2. those who are likely to appear in the future. Please check out their introduction below. Farm residents. Saint Kidden, protagonist, M. Otherworlder, the protagonist summoned from modern Japan. With the cheat ability, Hand of Supremacy, given to him by a god, he has built a farm in a remote area. Platty, F. The protagonist's mer princess wife, produces the farm's fermented food using her magic. She is currently pregnant with the protagonist's baby. Vale, F. Grinzel Dragon, Imperial Princess Dragon, aimed for the protagonist's holy sword for the Dragon Argent trials. She is wedded to the protagonist just like Platty, but no matter how you look at it, she's being treated more like a pet as of late. Sensei the Lifeless King, M. The undead guardian of the cave dungeon near the farm. Lifeless kings are the most terrifying immortals on Earth, but Sensei is kind and helpful in times of need. He is on excellent terms with the protagonist. Orcubo, M. The leader of the farm's orc army. Through contact with the protagonist, he mutated and became the strongest species, the Julius Caesar orc. Steady in nature, he leads 50 other orcs and is in charge of the public works and construction on the farm. Recently, he has become quite the construction junkie. There are other orc leaders following Orcubo, namely, Ookma, Ookra, Oornainashi, Ooktoba, Gobukachi, M. The leader of the farm's goblin army. Through contact with the protagonist, he mutated and became the strongest species, the Takehaya Goblin. The goblin army is responsible for a wide variety of tasks and contributes the most to the farm. There are other goblin leaders following Gobukachi, namely, Ogoburo, Ogobuiko, Ogobusuiman, Ogobunashin, Betami. She was a soldier in the Demon King's army but started working as the farm's seamstress and has made a name for herself. She produces all of the farm's clothing and now sells her other creations to the Demon Kingdom. Belina, a former soldier of the Demon King's army who came to live on the farm with Betami. She used to be tormented by her self-viewed incompetency but is now doing fine. Puffer, she is called the Witch of the Bitter Cold and is an outstanding potion compounder. She was invited to the farm during its first short-handed phase and has succeeded Platty in making fermented food. Raana, the Prince of the Mermaid Kingdom, is her crush. Lampi, a mermaid guard known as the Witch of Hellfire who served in the Mermaid King's castle in the past. She was imprisoned due to a blunder. Through a plea bargain, she ended up working on the farm. Gararufa, a mermaid doctor known as the Witch of the Plague. She is the only person who has foreseen the existence of bacteria but is treated as a lunatic by those around her for it. At first, she was in charge of brewing alcohol but it was magically reassigned to the medical department at some point. Aileron, she used to be the leader of elven bandits but was caught stealing from the farm. As a form of atonement, she now uses her elven dexterity to work as the farm's article maker. Aileron is the head of the pottery team. The other members of the elven bandits who were captured with her are, Omalga, the head of the leatherwork team, and former second-in-command, Omeral, the head of the woodwork team, and Paul, the head of the glasswork team. Earth spirits, self-conscious creatures materialized by the Earth's spiritual energy. Normally, they are intangible, but with Hades' blessing, they have emerged as cute girls in charge of cleaning around the farm. Their favorite food is butter. Panu, a half-goat therianthrope. Panu is the head of her team and is a calm and alluring lady. Famous for producing high-quality milk, she and her kind were welcomed to the farm as residents. In addition to milk, her team also makes other dairy products, like butter and cheese. Let us read the princess of the human kingdom. Her country was destroyed by the demons, and she was brought to the farm as a prisoner when she should have been executed. She acted all high and mighty at first, but once she got used to life on the farm, she began to work diligently. Loves fava beans to bits. Hawk is Fon, an angel, a biological weapon created by Zeus to conquer the earth. Resurrected after thousands of years, she forgot her original mission and settled on the farm. Loves natto more than anything. Angel, Platty's younger sister and the second princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. Her rivalry with her sister made her come to the farm to settle the score. She insists on staying for some reason. The following are Angel's friends, followers. The witch part is self-proclaimed Odyscus, the witch of water. Ovaltail, the witch of fire. Ohecalii, the witch of air. Obatricus, the witch of earth. Bacchus, the demigod of alcohol. He came to the farm because he sensed the presence of a rare brew. Eventually, he became in charge of the farm's alcohol production. He leads a number of his followers called the Maidens of Bacchus as assistants. The only maiden whose name is known at this point is Threep. Farm animals, Pocky and friends. Wolf monsters called Hyalicans but evolved into more powerful Hypercans through contact with the protagonist. Several Hypercans are living on the farm, and Pocky is their leader. He looks and acts more like a dog than a wolf and is adored by everyone. Yoshikamo, chicken monsters. They are raised for their eggs but are more like game fowls than farm chickens, perhaps because they are monsters. They lay eggs regardless of gender. Even those with coxcombs lay eggs. Homunculus horses, genetically engineered horses. They are a cross between normal horses and various monsters. There's Sakamoto, the dragon horse ridden by the protagonist. Gigantiroc, ridden by Okubo. Mimic octopus, ridden by Gobukachi. And there are also several regular horses. Adamantine silkworms. Silkworm monsters. They are kept for the production of silk. The threads they spew are strong, and the fabric weaved from them can reflect any attack. Prince Raana's party. Prince Raana, the first prince of the Mermaid Kingdom and Platty's older brother. He became good friends with the protagonist through Platty. He is currently on a pilgrimage on Earth following a similar pattern to Journey to the West. The following are his companions. Puffer, same as the farm residents section. She has feelings for Prince Raana and uses teleportation magic to travel back and forth between his destination and the farm. Therefore, she appears in both scenes. Son Goku F, an angel, destroyed thousands of years ago and was resurrected by putting together salvaged parts, accompanies Prince Raana on his journey for the sake of education, has a broken hippie tone. Hakai M. Orc. He used to be one of the orcs working on the farm, but he became Prince Raana's companion with the protagonist's permission. Ardheg M. Glint's Dragon, Imperial Prince Dragon. He is searching for a king unworthy of a hero or a hero unworthy of a king for the Dragon Argent trials. He expects Prince Raana to be either one and thus joins him on his journey. Demon Kingdom characters. Demon King Zed, and the ruler of the Demon Kingdom. He is an honest personality and is a good friend of the protagonist. He is trying to rule the whole earth devoid of any partiality after defeating the human kingdom. Astas F. She was one of the Heavenly Four of the Demon King's army but eventually got married to Demon King Zed and became his first queen. She was the trigger to the relationship between the demon race and the farm. Glacier F. Another former member of the Heavenly Four and the current second demon queen. She's been rivals with Astas since their days as Heavenly Ones. Belphegemilia M. An active member of the Heavenly Four. He is an unmotivated and self-indulgent man, but his abilities are the strongest in the demon race. Whenever Demon King Zed takes a break from military and naval affairs to focus on internal administration, he takes over as army commander. Ravilion M. A former member of the Heavenly Four, stepped down from his position after conspiring to bring down Astas. His son-in-law is currently taking his place. Eshma F. A newcomer who succeeded Astas as a Heavenly One, sincerely respects Astas. Laviaza F. Glacier's former aide and her successor, competent. Olba M. One of Belphegemialia's aides. He is probably in love with Betami. Shax M. President of a large merchant association in the Demon Kingdom. He acts as a mediator for the farm's products. Great Demon King Bell M. The previous Demon King and Zed's father. The title Great Demon King is given to retired Demon Kings and is merely a title of respect. Since his retirement, he has been buying antiques from around the world to promote the Demon Kingdom's cultural enlightenment. Demon Prince Geisha M. A baby born between Zed and Astas. The first candidate to become the next Demon King. Demon Princess Marine F. Demon King Zed's second child, born to the second Demon Queen Glacier. She is Geisha's half-sister. Mermaid Kingdom characters. Mai-Kan F. The current Mermaid Queen and mother of Prince Raana, Princess Platty, and Angel. She is the Six Witches Witch of Darkness, but this is kept a public secret. Mermaid King Nugus M. The king who rules the Mermaid Kingdom and the father of Platty and Prince Raana. He's a hero who won the heart of Mai, who was a witch on the verge of destroying the world back then, and made her his queen. Zothsira F. The Six Witches Witch of the Abyss. She is researching homunculus, which is forbidden in the Mermaid Kingdom, and is, therefore, a wanted person. Her encounter with Orkibo led to her frequent visits to the farm. She seems to be crushing on him. Has a history with Queen Mai as her subordinate, but since the Witch of Darkness' existence is a mystery, Zothsira is considered the oldest among the six witches. Carp F. An inflexible teacher at Mermaid Witch Academia, a prestigious school in the Mermaid Kingdom. In the past, she was Mai, the Witch of Darkness subordinate together with Zothsira. She was known as the Witch of Arts. Hendra M. A controversialist. He comes from a noble family and is close to Prince Raana. After the prince left for his journey, Hendra visits the farm on his behalf, is in love with Lampi. Crown Telbetta F. A student of Mermaid Witch Academia, now an exchange student at the farm's branch school. It turns out that she's Hendra's sister. The future with her seems a little messy. Human Kingdom characters. Human King M. Real name, Genesis the 18th. He was a foolish ruler, but he had the backbone to lay down his life in his nation's time of crisis. It is believed that he was executed by the demons. Heroine Momoko F. Otherworlder. Real name, Momoko Akasaki. A high school girl summoned to another world with the protagonist. Because of her superior skills, she is hailed as a heroine. Her detailed activities are described in the spin-off series, Bearman, N.A. Bear Monster. A monster born on the protagonist's farm but traveled to the former human kingdom to train itself. It spends its days fighting brigands and protecting the local people in the chaotic nation post-downfall. For some reason, it found a kindred spirit in Momoko and is now working together with her. Shabe, a novice adventurer, seeks the Saint's farm, a pursuer dreams and romance. He has no direct acquaintanceship with the protagonist. Dorkish, he is a feudal lord of the former human kingdom and is pardoned by the demon race to rule his territory. As opposed to the foolish royalty, human feudal lords like Dorkish are competent and fair. Valina, a former demoness soldier in the Demon King's army. She was sent to monitor Dorkish, but after facing difficulties together, they fell in love and got married. Dragons. Giza Dragon, real name, unknown. He is the dragon emperor who rules all dragons. He is currently putting his children through various trials to determine his successor, but there seems to be a conspiracy behind it all. Alexander, Gragalint's dragon, Crown Prince Dragon. He has not appeared in the main story. Under normal circumstances, he would have been the next Giza Dragon. But he and his father have had a falling out. He has a dungeon in the human kingdom open to adventurers. Seda, a Grinsel Dragon and Vale's sister. She is steeping herself to make dragon wine on the farm. Deities. Hephaestus, god of crafting, a god skilled in creating all sorts of crafts. Gave the protagonist the hand of supremacy. He is a celestial god but is not comfortable around his father, Zeus, or his siblings. He is more inclined toward mortals and has profound ideas that benefit them. Rice ball is his favorite food. Hades, god of the underworld, god who rules the earth out of the three-realm deities. He created the demon race and is a kind-hearted god who has given up the earth to his mortal children and lives in the underworld. His favorite food is rice with toppings. Demetersiphone, Mother Earth goddess, Hades' wife and the mother goddess who gives life to all on earth. Poseidon, god of the seas, he is the god who rules the sea and creator of the mermaid race. His favorite food is cod roe. Amphitrite, Mother Sea Goddess, Poseidon's spouse, gave Platty the blessing of the Mother Sea Goddess. Medusa, Sea Consort Goddess, Poseidon's other spouse, gave Puffer the blessing of the Sea Consort Goddess. Zeus, god of the heavens, scum of a god who rules the skies and created the human race, currently imprisoned because of his own actions. Hermes, god of wisdom, runs here and there to clean up after the mess his father, Zeus, made. When the protagonist revived Son Gokuphon, Hermes brought her back to the celestial realm to fix her and made her accompany Prince Raana afterward. Athena, goddess of war, a celestial goddess of triumphant battles. She inherited much of her dirty attitude from her father, has only appeared in the spin-off series so far. Ares, god of war, while Athena is the god of triumphant battles, Ares is the god of lost battles. After the human kingdom was destroyed, he trained Momoko and sent her back to Earth to minimize the chaos. Has only appeared in the spin-off series so far. Others. The lifeless king emperor, a former demon king possessed by an abnormal desire to rule. As he was about to become the immortal king who rules the earth, he was annihilated by Prince Raana's group. Even so, he managed to survive with only his head remaining. He's been suppressed now, but it's possible he could be revived in the future. Arachne, a spiritual being with unique position as an elder spirit. She is the guardian of weavers, dyers, seamstresses, and other artisans who work with thread. She is currently in a fierce rivalry with the adamantine silkworms. Edward Smith, ruler of the underground Dwarven Empire, but he prefers to be called Pops. He takes pride in his smithy work, the dwarves' primary occupation, and cannot keep up with the farm that casually handles the most precious metal found on Earth. He also loves to drink and is on friendly terms with Bacchus. Chapter 263 Account of the Pilgrimage Part 8 Mermaid Students Social Field Trip. It's me, Hakai the Orc. Our group is in good spirits as usual. There are no troubles or quests this time, just a smooth journey. Surely, we'll reach our next stop without any hiccups along the way. It's about time Puffer arrived, huh? Before heading to Annex destination, we would wait for Lady Puffer to reunite with us. She doesn't want to be separated from Prince Raana, so she accompanies us on her own accord using teleportation magic. Truly a committed woman who can juggle work at the farm and her travels. Last night, she went back to the farm before entering the inn, then returned after finishing her work. Hey, morning, guys. And there she is. Lady Puffer acts like a rambunctious character, but she is surprisingly punctual. She's never been late before. This is when I'd motivate us to have another fun journey, but something's off. Whenever Lady Puffer returns to us, it's usually just her and her alone, but there are more people today, about 20 in total. Why? It's Mermaid Witch Academia Farm Branch School's field trip today. What's going on here? Looking closely at them now, they all seem to be young girls. They're standing upright with human legs, but this vibe. Are they all mermaids? It's Brother Raana. Angel, why are you here? One girl who looks relatively hyper among the others embraces Prince Raana, but Lady Puffer smacks her and drags her away. You see, Platty ordered me to teach these inexperienced little girls about the society on land. What's the meaning of this? Neither Prince Raana nor I could follow the conversation at all. Puffer explains that the Mermaid Kingdom has established a school at Lord Saint's farm, so several girls migrated there as exchange students. Oh, a branch school? Branches smanches. It doesn't matter. So, all the girls here are students of Mermaid Witch Academia? Elites, eh? Says Prince Raana as he lets out a sigh. I certainly wasn't expecting this to happen on our journey. Anyway, as part of their studies, Platty wants me to take them on a social field trip. Yes, but what is this social field trip you've been mentioning this entire time? The young girls are all brimming with so much excitement seeing unfamiliar land for the first time that they look like they're about to scatter in places. Darn it, I need them to behave and stay put. Well, they want to observe the future king who's pilgrimaging on land. Me? Exclaims Prince Raana. It turns out the purpose of their field trip is to observe Prince Raana himself. Well, he is a prince, so it's no wonder he'd be the center of attraction. Big brother, please let us observe you lots today, says the girl who hugged the prince earlier. Who is she? Please, please. The girls all bow their heads at once. Lady Puffer whispers into the baffled prince's ear. It seems everything's going all according to your speculations back in the Mermaid Kingdom, hun. Those who are plotting something are really exploiting your absence. One of the many objectives of this trip is for Prince Raana to purge those people once he officially returns from his pilgrimage, but she said it'd be troublesome to keep them under control with just the right amount of force, so if you're not going to return yet, she wants you to cooperate. I see. If Prince Raana could show the results of his training here, that information would be transmitted to their nation through these girls. That way, those who are plotting something in the prince's absence would be more cautious. Puffer, from whom did you get that message? From mother-in-law to Platty, from Platty to me. She just said mother-in-law naturally. All right then, she did let me go on this journey, says Prince Raana as he flamboyantly swings his bike. Very well. You're going to see my majestic figure today. Yua! Thunderous applause. But what do they do on a social field trip? What exactly does Prince Raana showing off his cool side entail? Does he find monsters or bandits nearby and kill them? Why don't we just have a short mox battle? Mox battle? Lady Puffer proceeds to talk smoothly without paying much attention to me. Hey, Son Goku. Was it, sis? She calls the angel Son Goku, who was nonchalantly playing over there, and fight with my hubby, Son Goku. Roger. And she said something absurd. Are you seriously going to let Prince Raana fight Son Goku face to face? His opponent is an existence that even makes the gods scared. He can't show off his skills if he doesn't fight an opponent of her level. Though, if we're just trying to give a demonstration, why don't we lower our standards? A battle with an angel like her always ends up nasty. Anyway. Wait, no. Even Son Goku must have grown up mentally after traveling with us. She has learned common sense and prudence, so she would probably go easy on Prince Raana and let him take all the credit. Mana cannon at full power. Prince Raana barely dodges the beam of light launched from Son Gokufon's cannon. The shot beam continues its course, and blows up a mountain in the distance. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. The excited looks on the mermaid students have vanished. Now, they look like they encountered something beyond their imagination. Hey, you're taking this too seriously, Son Goku. But ain't you supposed to be serious when it comes to battles? That's why I set it at max power. Prince Raana is no longer trying to show off. He's just trying to make it out alive. The mermaids observing him have blank expressions on their faces. To make matters worse, someone speaks up amidst the surrounding sea of fire caused by Son Gokufon's barrage of attacks. How truly brave, Lord Raana, says a dragon. He's our new companion, Lord Ardheg the Glint's dragon. He said he was going to fly around the area for fun, but I didn't expect him to come back at this time. What brute courage to challenge the angel Son Gokufon on your own. That's proof of a hero. Lord Ardheg. You're mistaken. Please, help me. I think it's best if I join her to determine your true talents. Here I come. A hellish three-way battle between Son Gokufon, Lord Ardheg, and Prince Raana. No matter how you look at it, Prince Raana is sticking out like a sore thumb. He'll probably turn into cinders in a matter of seconds. Too naive. Take a closer look. Lady Puffer is keeping her cool, but this is a life or death situation for Prince Raana if we don't rescue him soon. Hear that? He's even screaming as if he's about to die. Huh? His screams aren't stopping, are they? Prince Raana is headstrong. Looking down on that man is the last thing you want to do, says Lady Puffer confidently. It's not like we fought a lifeless king, vampires, and automatons just for show. We also had everyone's help. Now, my hubby has overcome those difficulties and has grown stronger. Hold up. Did Prince Raana just slice through Lord Ardheg's dragon breath with his pike? And he closed the distance with Son Gokufon, who's been firing her mana cannon all over the place. Your cannon is useless in this distance. Prince, you let your Jedu A from me, pervert. If I do, you'll just aim for me again. God gave you a versatile weapon, but your unfamiliarity with it is plain imprudence. He's on even grounds with an angel and a dragon. Has Prince Raana really grown this strong during our journey? In the face of this legendary battle, the students' expressions remain dead. Brother has gone to a faraway place. After the girls left, they spread rumors to the Mermaid Kingdom that Prince Raana was fighting equally with a dragon and such. Or did they really? It sounds too exaggerated that it might seem dubious instead. No? Chapter 264 Account of the Pilgrimage Part 9, Hidden Settlement. Phew. That was something, says Prince Raana. Hakai the Orc, will continue to report on the prince's pilgrimage. The mermaid students who came for a field trip have just left after achieving their goal. Sandwiched between Lord Ardheg and Son Gokufon, Prince Raana has returned in one piece from a near-death experience. I really thought I was going to die back there. I bet anyone would die just from a graze of Lord Ardheg's breath or Son Gokufon's mana cannon. I'm surprised he managed to dodge them all while they were rampaging about like a storm. I'm back. Lady Puffer, who had sent the girls back to the farm, has also returned. All right, off we go. Where are we going today? To tell you the truth, Demon King Zed told me about a place that we should definitely visit if we pass by it. He said it should be somewhere around here. It's not like we can ignore the Demon King's request, can we? I guess our destination today has been set. Let's get 'em. Yeah. Section. And here we are. Hey, hun, is this really the place? Yes, I'm pretty sure this is the place Lord Zed told me about, but the place we arrived at is, how should I say it, desolated. No towns, villages, not even a single plant or tree. Just barren land without a hint of biological life. Why did the Demon King make us come here? Was it to lure us out so he could ambush us? There's no such thing as that, Lord Ardheg. Lord Zed would never use such underhanded tactics. Oops, sorry, says Lord Ardheg dejectedly. For a dragon, he's pretty delicate. Meanwhile, oh, what a surprise. Are you perhaps travelers from the seemingly deserted wilderness? A human appears. Wait, human? You must be lost. I'll show you the way to the nearest village, so you should set out right away. You should get there by dusk at best if so. No, mister, Prince Raana explains how we came to be here. Glad that there is at least someone. We wouldn't want things to turn into a long story, so he kept my identity and our connection with the Demon King a secret. Some explanation going on. Oh, you must be the prince from the Mermaid Kingdom the Demon King told us about, ? There goes the prince's effort to explain things as ambiguously as possible. Apparently, the other party knows everything. Just who are you, mister? It doesn't matter. I've been told by the Demon King to show the Mermaid Prince and his group around when they show up. You're free to observe as much as you like. With that, the human starts walking as if to say, follow me. Looking closely, he's a shabby but dignified middle-aged man in his late 40s. I can't really guarantee if there's anything worth observing in this wasteland, he says. And it indeed is a wasteland. It seems impossible for people to live here with no vegetation, animals, or even a flowing river. Why do you choose to live in such a harsh place, mister? Destiny, I suppose. Pardon, sir? I'm lucky to have survived this long here. Besides, there's something that I need to do, and that's cultivation, I believe. Cultivation? That sounds familiar. Look over there. Several people are hurrying in the direction the man is pointing. It seems he's not the only person living here. Oh, farm work? No, we haven't even reached that point yet. Huh? We're mixing rice husks into the soil, but that's not all. We also use crushed fish bones and ashes from burning wood. Even rotten vegetable scraps. Oh, organic fertilizer. Back at Lord Saint's farm, in addition to hyperfish fertilizer, we also mix food scraps into the fields to nourish the soil. As you can see, this area is a wasteland. The soil is dead, so even if we plant crops, they will not flourish. That's why we're starting from bringing the soil back to life. I see. We are also drawing waterways while we're at it. Only after these are completed can we produce food for ourselves. But it will probably take them many years to complete those. The hyper-fertilizer at Lord Saint's farm promotes the growth of crops and produces an abundant harvest in a shorter time. We strong orcs built the waterways there, but as ordinary human beings, they will probably progress like ants. Is such a challenging and unpredictable process what they call true cultivation work? Wonderful! Exclaims Prince Raana. What respectable work! This is the very first step in the formation of a nation. I now understand why Lord Zedden wanted me to see this. If you don't mind, I'd say you're even more respectable for realizing it at such a young age, says the man, smiling radiantly. I couldn't have realized it until I was this old. Upon coming here, I was reminded that I'm not capable of placing myself above others. Prince Raana seems to notice the regretful tone in the man's voice and humbles himself, asking, with all due respect, you're a human? Yes? Indeed. You can tell by my complexion. There is indeed a big difference in the skin tone between the human and demon races. Still, it's impossible to believe that humans are in the demon kingdom. What could be the meaning of this? Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you the former king of the human kingdom? Prince Raana's question baffles all the party members, including yours truly. The human kingdom was already destroyed by the Demon King's army, and its king was believed to have been executed. Our eyes focus on the man. The man in question only lets out a dry chuckle. How sharp of you. Why, yes, you are indeed correct. So he really is the king of the human kingdom who was supposed to be executed. I was supposed to be killed. But thanks to the Demon King's mercy, I remain alive and am now spending the rest of my life like this. So, he was only made out to be dead on the surface. It's probably more convenient to rule the former human kingdom that way. Such a compassionate ruler the Demon King is. He gave me a chance to live and a meaningful job. That is, cultivating this land. I feel like I've learned what a true king is in this land, though it was all too late. I hope I can at least serve as a role model so that a future king like you knows what not to do. No, not at all. Prince Raana takes the former king's hand, I can learn what it is to be a king from the way you live and have lived your life. I understand why Lord Zedden guided me here. And your daughter, interrupts Puffer, is doing awfully well living in another place. Is there anything you want us to tell her? Let us read it. The former king's eyes gleam even more. I see. So, the demon king kept his promise not to oppress my daughter. So, is there anything you want to say? No, nothing. The former king interrupts in a reserved manner, despite Lady Puffer's offer. In her mind, I'm supposed to be dead. I don't want to confuse her unnecessarily. You should also keep the fact that you met me here a secret. We all nod in agreement as the former king places his index finger in front of his lips, gesturing, SHH. Well, I'll have you know living here isn't as hard as it looks, most especially thanks to the Demon King's support. He provides us with food until we're able to grow our own crops. That's why I'll stay here and continue to do the things I couldn't do when I was on the throne. Section. And so, we bid our goodbye to the former human king and went on our way. I guess he plans to spend the rest of his life in the shadows, never to appear on the center stage of history again. He decided that it was for the best of the nation he once ruled and the world as a whole. That was one of the many forms of a king. It was an enlightening experience. Yeah. Prince Raana and Lady Puffer talk side by side. This experience would come in handy once they're in a position to govern their own people, and when that time is near, this journey, too, will come to a close. Chapter 265 Differences in Meat. Yep, couldn't hear. I received a souvenir from Mr. Shax, the demon merchant. You've always been a valuable business partner to us. Please accept our gratitude, he says. Likewise. It's because of his skills that we can sell Betame's clothes and the elves' handicrafts. Mr. Shax is a wealthy merchant of the Demon Kingdom and is the only person allowed to do business with us. That's why he's trying to maintain a good relationship with us with the utmost care. Today's souvenir is probably part of his intentions. So, what's this souvenir? No matter how old I am, I can't help but get excited when I hear the word souvenir. Gee, I was lucky to have gotten it. It's just that rare to appear on the market. But now that I've procured some, I'd like to offer them to you. By all means, Lord Saint. Okay, calm down. Should you really be carelessly raising my hopes up like that? You're making me as excited as a kid on Christmas Eve. It's praised as one of the world's greatest delicacies. Not even His Majesty could always eat. And that is, drum roll, square boar meat. Oh. The taste of its meat is said to be the richest and the most flavorful of all monsters. Still, they are difficult to obtain due to the small number of dungeons they inhabit and their ferocity as monsters. I see. It's a high-class ingredient that can't be found even in the finest restaurants in the capital. I can't guarantee that it will satisfy your refined palate, but I hope you accept my sentiments. Wow. I'm so happy. Square boars are the most common source of meat on our farm. The monster, which I call horned boar, lives in abundance in Vale's Mountain Dungeon. So, for me, it's just an everyday item. But I can't say that to Mr. Shax's face, who was so confident that it'll please me. Thank you very much. We will all enjoy eating it later. Not at all. I'm glad it pleased you, Lord Saint. Besides, I could have sworn I had treated him to horned boar meat many times during his previous visits. Section. Anyway, for dinner, I'm cooking the horned boar meat Mr. Shax gave us. What? Boar meat again? Sulks Vale. I'm sick of eating boar meat. I want something better. Like cake. Vale, now a dragon with a refined palate, has grown tired of the horned boar meat she has been accustomed to eating since this farm was founded. And she used to gobble up boar meat with a big smile on her face. I won't give it to choosy children. No yogurt for dessert, either. I'm sorry, I'll eat it. Perhaps the presence of the dessert caught Vale's attention and made her come back to the table. Well, wild boar is still delicious, so I guess it's okay. Bon appetit. Vale takes a piece of the pork steak, gives it a few chews, and bleg. Huh? She made a very disgusted face. How should I say this? It's not that the seasoning is bad, but it's totally different from the wild boar we usually eat. The flavor is just different. Yeah. Even my wife, Platty, who is sitting at the table with us, has a subtle expression on her face as she contemplates the steak's flavor in her mouth. Its flavor is different from the usual dishes you cook for us, dear. I don't think it's because of the way it was prepared. Maybe the ingredient itself? She talks like a foodie with a discerning palate now. But it's the same as usual, guys. I cook the horn boar meat like I always do, season it, and well, the horn boar itself is different today. It's not what we usually hunt in the mountain dungeon, but one from another region that Mr. Shax brought us as a souvenir. Maybe that's what makes it different. I ran to the freezer, took a slice of local boar meat, cooked into steak with the same technique and seasoning, and served it to them again. Delicious. Delicious. Yes, this is the true taste of a square boar. The supreme and characteristic flavor of deer's dishes. This is it. This is exactly how they reacted the first time they ate boar meat. It's like the days of yore have returned that I can't help but feel moved to. Yeah, right. Are they that different? But Mr. Shax's souvenir meat and our local boar meat are supposed to be the same type of monster. I cooked 2 kinds of pork steak for myself and compared their tastes. They were indeed wholly different. One has a fruity sweetness imbued in the meat's juicy flavor. On the other hand, the other has a muddy taste and smells a lot. Sorry, Mr. Shax. I guess there is a difference in the meat. How can they be different when they're practically the same kind? The first thing that came to mind was my hand of supremacy. Just as I had evolved many of the monsters I had come into contact with, had I also evolved the horned boar into a higher species, which became evident in its taste. That's probably not it. Unlike the orcs, goblins, and adamantine silkworms, horned boars are hunted and consumed daily. The horned boars spawning in the dungeon shouldn't be affected by the hand of supremacy from their very birth. Besides, with Orcubo and his team going into the dungeons nowadays, there's no opportunity for me to come into physical contact with them until they're on the kitchen counter. So, it must be something else. Is it their place of origin? Back in my world, there were times when something was the same variety, but there would be varying degrees of differences depending on the region. I think I get it now. I planted a variety of otherworldly trees in the mountain dungeon. We call it the dungeon orchard, and these fruit-bearing trees grow abundantly. Some of the riper fruit probably falls off before we harvest them, and maybe the horned boars eat them. Crops from another world seem to be tasty here, so the horned boars that consumed them would probably taste better than those from other regions. My world's animal husbandry used particular feed to improve the taste of the meat, too. I also heard that in some cases, the animals eat even more luxurious food than us. That's probably what makes this horned boar different from what Mr. Shax gave me. But if that's the case, then the boars in my dungeon should have been the same as the others. The meat dishes you cooked for us were super delicious right from the very beginning, Master. Any meat tastes better if you cook it, dear. The change in the boar's taste because of the otherworldly fruit is slow, so we must have been accustomed to it unknowingly, don't you think? And when we ate the meat Mr. Shax gave me, we became aware of the difference all at once. It's as good as Platty guessed. I can't believe we've been nonchalantly dining on May food this whole time. What an immoral act. I should be more aware of our blessings and be grateful for them. The meat Mr. Shax gave us taught us something important. Let's all express our gratitude. Thank you very much. Me, Platty, and Vale bow our heads to the remaining meat. So, about this meat, says Platty, raising her head. What are we going to do with it? Eat it? What else? Mr. Shax gave it to us with that intention in mind. Eating the food given to us is always good manners. I don't want to eat meat that tastes worse than usual, says Vale. She's not wrong. Food is the joy of daily life, so meals must always be delicious to feel fulfilled and energized. Making bad food on purpose is just preposterous. Still, Mr. Shax must have put a lot of effort into procuring all this inferior quality meat from monsters dwelling in who knows where. Even now, 6 whole pieces remain. Chapter 266 Meat Reincarnation. According to our ancestors, anything is edible if we grind them. Or so they say. Don't quote me. For example, wheat. Wheat is hard and inedible on its own but can be delicious if you grind it into flour, add water, knead, and bake it into bread. Grinding is what connects all the food. So this brings us to the souvenir boar meat. I feel bad for Mr. Shax, but the meat we catch on our own tastes much better, cushioning the blow. I don't like eating bad, bluntly put, food, but I also can't bring myself to needlessly destroy something that once had a life of its own. So, there's only one sensible idea: process the lousy food into something good. This way, the food won't be wasted, and our taste buds will be happy. The processing method to be used is the grinding I mentioned earlier. Once it is thoroughly ground, it can be transformed into a completely different food. The ground form of meat is minced meat. And what meat dish is made with minced meat? Hamburger steak. Hamburger steaks are originally made of beef, but we shouldn't be nitpicky about the details now. I had all the ingredients for a hamburger, so I made some. I kept tossing the patties in between my hands at ultra high speed to get the air out of them. Everyone loved the resulting product, especially the kiddie group like Vale and the Earth Spirits. It's delicious. It's delicious. It has a unique texture. Wait, kiddie group? I guess that's a bit of a misleading term. I'm surprised I haven't made hamburger steak all this time, but I'll be sure to include it in our main menu from now on. Still, our main problem of leftover souvenir meat persists. There are plenty of us on the farm, so Mr. Shax must have thoughtfully prepared this many. But I can't possibly make all of them into hamburgers. We'd grow sick of eating it over time. Plus my wrist would die from needing the minced meat over and over. Maybe I need a different approach for this. Are there other dishes that can be made with minced meat? Sausages. I'm pretty sure they're also made from minced meat. And they're a type of preserved food too. So they should have a longer shelf life. It's the perfect way to cook nasty. Gustatorily challenged meat. Alright. I'm going to try making otherworldly sausages with the meat Mr. Shax gave us. Section. Sausages are essentially ground organ meat. In other words, we need intestines. You'd think I could just get them in no time flat because the meat's right in front of me. Wrong. The meat is well chopped, with the organs and bones removed. I like to utilize every part of the monsters we hunt, so I also keep their organs. Most of the time, I make hot pot stew from them and share it with everyone. There it is. I looked inside our storage and found frozen horned boar intestines. I think it was the orcs who processed it. The inside is also cleaned well. They've done a great job. I'll use this for the minced meat. This calls for my gift. The Hand of Supremacy. The power that dwells in my hands will choose the best one and proceed to process them. The minced meat that goes into the sausage may have some unique additives or mixtures, but I'll leave all that to my ability. As soon as I've laid out the necessary ingredients, my ability makes my hand grab the most appropriate ones and mix them into the meat. The Hand of Supremacy really is convenient with how automatic it is. Intestine skin to put the ground meat in, check. Ground meat to put inside, check. All that's left is to combine them into one to complete the sausage. But, how do I stuff them in? Don't they, usually use a particular machine that stuffs the ground meat into the intestines? Yeah, I don't know either. Well, maybe I could try my best to stuff them by hand, but I don't think that's going to be a pretty sight. If I were to make sausages regularly in the future. I really want a sausage filling machine. Filling machine? Let's just call it that. How do we make that filling machine, then? I could ask for Aforestation's help again, but the structure of the machine seems pretty straightforward. Plus I feel awkward about using the Aforestation counter. So, what other options do I have? Oh yeah, didn't I just recently become acquainted with someone skilled in making such machines? Section. Me, I have invited Pops Edward Smith to our farm again. To explain the purpose of the requirement in a more straightforward way, I am serving him a hamburger first. Of course, alcohol too. I want to stuff these skins with ground intestine and was wondering if you could make the necessary machine to do so, with a hefty reward. Of course, I won't say no to a request from you, Lord Saint. Well, judging by the tenderness of this ground meat, I think it's best to pressurize them. No? Oh. Already a compelling idea from the get-go. As expected of dwarves, it would be easy to make such a mechanism by applying a pump's concept. We also use pumps for our underground excavation. Alrighty, let's get to work. Of course. The materials will be shouldered by me. Mana metal ingots. Mana metal again? Is Pops having a seizure? Come to think of it, you were shocked to death last time when you saw the mana metal ship. What's wrong? Do you perhaps hate mana metal? No. It's not about liking or hating them. If possible, please don't place them near me right away. The stimulus is too much for my heart. Stimulus? Anyway, I want to rely on his dwarven crafting skills and know-how. Let's work together to make a sausage filling machine using this mana metal. We're really going with mana metal, huh? You mean we can't? But the smell or taste of metal doesn't stick to the food, so isn't that a huge help? I'm not saying we can't. But the best metal on Earth is being used for mere cookware and not some legendary sword. Why does he look like he's having a hard time with this? Well, no matter. I'll start by cutting enough mana metal for our project. This is when the wicked holy sword Swartz comes into play. A holy sword Pops let out another strange voice. A holy sword said only to be possessed by the king of the demon race. The legendary holy sword created by God. And yet, it's here in front of me. The real thing? Is it something to be that agitated about? But it really isn't as big of a deal as you put it. I'm not fighting a world crisis, so it's useless no matter how powerful a weapon is. Its only use is to cut up materials at best, you see. Like Schwing. You're using the holy sword to cut through the mana metal? The most powerful sword on Earth is being used as a mere crafting tool. Pops, please calm down. If you get too agitated, history might repeat itself. I can't take this. This place is beyond my comprehension. My value as a dwarven craftsman, which I have spent half my life establishing, is crumbling. He's dead again? I had to rush off to call Sensei and revive Pops, who died of acute shock again. Conversations with him are full of thrill. Chapter 267 Delicious Meat Stick. And so, in cooperation with Pops, we finished the sausage filling machine. It uses pressure to push the minced meat into the skin. It also operates manually, so anyone can use it. Thank you so much. As expected of dwarves who excel in the art of smithing, your knowledge and skills have been a massive help. If only you don't have such a tendency to die easily. I immediately tried making sausages with the new filling machine. Let's see, I'll place the skin here, and then it will stuff the minced meat in. Oh. It's really going in. The minced meat is stuffed into the skin and forms the shape of a sausage I'm familiar with. After twisting them at the right place and tying them with string, they look exactly like sausages. I could smoke them now to improve their shelf life, but I decided to skip that step. I mean, it's a pain. I'm going to eat them right away anyway. I throw them into the pot and boil them. Done. Otherworldly sausage with the help of a dwarf. Nice. Come on, let us have some already. Platty and Vale are already standing by. They're so perceptive to my new dishes. Well, I did want a taste tester, so I willingly offered my freshly boiled sausages. I also prepared ketchup and mustard beforehand, so they could add whichever they liked. Thanks for the meal. The intestines of the horned boar used for the sausage were thicker and bigger than the wiener sausages I'm familiar with in my world. Maybe as thick as frankfurters. But to avoid confusion, we'll just keep calling them sausages. Such a big, thick meat stick enters Platty and Vale's mouths. The meat stick slides through the lady's plump, glossy lips and breaks off with a crisp sound right in the middle. Yum. Their reactions are as great as always. Is this also square boar meat? The taste and texture feel like they're in between grilling it as is and making it into a burger patty. It's so crispy. Crispy crisp. The otherworldly sausage seems to be a great success. And as usual, their delight has invited the other residents over. I stuffed more skins with meat at a rapid pace for my new customers. We're going to use up all the meat Mr. Shax gave us. That's the main reason I made sausages, anyway. If there are any leftovers, we can smoke and store them, so we'll just stuff the rest in the filler single-mindedly. It's said that the emptier the intestines, the more meat you can stuff into them. Gobukachi, I leave the boiling and grilling of the sausages to you. I'll keep stuffing more sausages in the meantime. Oh, yeah, please have some sausages too, Pops. I owe this success to you, after all. Or so I thought, but he's already having his beer with sausages on the side. As expected of alcohol-loving dwarves, they have a sophisticated palate. He has perfected the German combo of beer and sausage without anyone telling him. Hey, Bacchus. Another round of booze here. It's about time even the god of alcohol stops you. You've been drinking ever since you got here. Can you blame me? I need to be drunk all the time. Otherwise, if I stay in this place sober, I'll never know when I'll have another heart attack. Am I putting more strain on him than I expected? If so, I was unconsciously doing something wrong. I need to boil a lot of sausages for him. Or maybe I should grill them instead, since he specializes in blacksmithing. I wonder if he'd be happy if I told him about the time I restored Mrs. Zuster's holy sword. Lord Saint, what is it? If you want more sausages, they're not ready yet. You have a visitor. It's Mr. Shax of the Pandemonium Trading Company. Huh? He's here again? I'm a little busy right now, so lead him here. Lord Saint, I've acquired yet another rare item for you. Oh? Mr. Shax immediately notices the strange work I'm doing. It's going to be a hassle answering his next question, so I'll explain things now. You see, you do it like this. Yes? Grill or boil it. I see. Then, it becomes edible. When I finished explaining to him the gist of it, I expected Mr. Shax to be astonished. Instead, he made a serious expression. Would you like one? Absolutely. I hand him both boiled and grilled sausages. He can have it with ketchup or mustard, maybe even both, so he can eat them as he desires. This elderly gentleman with a dandy beard brings the plump meat stick to his mouth and puts it inside without a hint of hesitation. He eats it in silence and contemplates its flavor and texture. What's with the inappropriate seriousness of this scene? Isn't it amazing? That was made from meat you gave to me. Lord Saint. He interrupts. Is it possible to mass-produce this device? Huh? He points to the sausage-filling machine. Mass production? I wonder. It's made entirely of mana metal. Why do you keep making things entirely of mana metal? Except for that fact, it's pretty easy to make. For more details, please ask Edward, our collaborator. Edward? Oh, are you perhaps Edward Smith the Dwarf King? Who are you? It's me. I'm the chairman of the Pandemonium Trading Company. We've met before. As expected of two big wigs. They're acquainted with each other. They seem to be discussing something. I already have the design for this sausage filler in mind, and as long as we can replace the materials with cheaper ones, we can mass produce it in your empire. Seriously? Yeehaw. Why yeehaw? But since the idea came from Lord Saint, you can't do it without his permission, nor will we make our move till then. Lord Saint. Mr. Shax approaches me again. Please, Lord Saint. Please give me permission to mass produce and sell this sausage filler. Huh? You're going to sell that? This novel meat product is sure to be a blockbuster. Of course, we'll pay you a fortune for your idea. We just need your permission. No, I don't need the money. I also don't want to hog all the good food to myself, so I'd be more than satisfied if you simply spread the word about it. But we wouldn't want any food poisoning here, so please make sure you know how to make them properly. There's also a preservation process for them. Of course. Section. And so, Mr. Shax saw a business opportunity and started selling the sausage fillers. As expected of a prosperous merchant, he's quick to spot an opportunity and take advantage of it to the fullest. He even enticed Pops and commissioned the underground Dwarven Empire. The Dwarves' sausage filler became an instant hit and proceeded to invade the Demon Kingdom. Then, it further spread to the former Human Kingdom now under the Demon's occupation. At this time, I had no idea a sausage hullabaloo would take the world by storm. Chapter 268 Meat Stick Circulation. I am a street vendor who runs a store in the demon capital, the Demon King's headquarters. I don't have a designated store, but rather a cart where I sell my goods. My family has been running this cart since my great-grandfather's time, doing business under the blue sky single-mindedly, so don't underestimate us. My cute baby was born recently, and I'm sure he'll follow in my footsteps when he's older. I have to work hard and make a living so my beloved son can take over. Section. Alas, our food cart business going on for generations, is now facing the crisis of closing down. The reason is that a powerful business rival has appeared, the famous Pandemonium Trading Company. They've set up carts with some kind of new product. In addition, dozens of them are set up simultaneously in various parts of the capital. Shame on such a respectable company ripping off street vendors like me. I immediately appealed to the Street Vendors Guild. But to my dismay, the guild master has already been persuaded by my opponent. The other party, the Pandemonium Trading Company, insisted that the carts would only be available for a limited time and would close the business after a month. What do they want to do in a mere month? I don't get it. However, my opponent is a huge company, so I can't confront them head-on. I can only keep an eye on the situation based on their terms. What they're selling is an unfamiliar food item. Cylindrical, reddish but also blackish? I don't get it. They grill them on a steel plane, put them on skewers, and sell them. Who would buy such a bizarre thing? Sure, neophilia exists, and people would probably be curious and buy it at first. But it ends once they get tired of it. I hoped for things to end that way. But I was dead wrong. Before long, it became a roaring business. The neophilics loved the food so much that they became regular customers, bringing in more customers. Such a buzz attracted public attention, and their sales spiraled out of control. This is bad. I think to myself as I observe the scene, the neighboring carts business is booming. While mine, nothing. Sure enough, my sales plummeted. Not even a single customer came by. It's no surprise, really. What my store sells is roasted meat from a nearby piggery. My stock remains one giant heap. Later on, I found out that the company is selling something called a sausage made from the same meat as mine, but processed somehow. The more fortunate ones who didn't have the same business as I could take advantage of the situation and increase their sales. But not me. I decided to line up at the spiteful company's cart one day and try their sausage. It was grilled on a skewer and tasted undeniably good. I've been cooking pork for a long time, but I had no idea that it could also taste like this. After eating something so delicious, there's no way anyone would want to eat my mediocre grilled pork again. Damn it. Of all things, why do our ingredients have to be the same? There are also beef and fish out there. Why didn't they go with that? Pandemonium said they would close down the stalls in a month, but I don't think the situation would improve even after that. Customers who are used to the new taste will stop batting an eyelash at what's old. If so, should I switch to something else to sell and avoid competing with a huge company? No, it won't go that easily. What else can I sell other than grilled pork? Each food item requires new and specific know-how. How much time will it take to master that? Even if I could master that and reopen the shop, other street vendors have already monopolized most of the best sellers. No matter what I do, I will run into other business rivals, with the other side always having a slight superiority. Then, I should just change my location. No, that won't work either. Pandemonium has set up carts in every possible area of the city. Wherever I go, I'm bound to clash against them. I've been cornered. I don't mind having a bleak future. However, to have my newborn son's fate be the same is just, oh, Hades. At least give my baby a bright future. Section. It's been about 2 weeks since Pandemonium set up carts. I guess I'm going to have to change businesses. In my grim resignation, the catastrophe itself came to visit me. I'm from Pandemonium Trading Company. You bastard. How dare you scoundrel show your face here? It's because of you that my life plan is in ruins. Is it that amusing for a bigwig like you to bully the smaller businesses? Huh? Or so I wanted to yell at him, but my last bit of rationality kept me in check. I listened to what he had to say. Would you like to sell our company's sausages? Pardon? We set up carts to create a buzz and build our commodity's reputation, and it has paid off. Originally, we aimed for a month to popularize it, but we've achieved just that these past 2 weeks. So, they are moving on to the next phase. Now we have to think about continuous sales. Frankly speaking, we don't have the know-how for food carts. The last 2 weeks have been a series of mistakes as well. Besides, if we wreak any more havoc on your territory, the antagonism will become apparent. We don't want to damage Pandemonium's image over that. Well, you do have a point. That's why we want you to take over. Your cart deals with pork, the same ingredient as sausages. Indeed, it does. But will I be able to learn how to make such a bizarre dish right away? Don't worry. With this device, anyone can easily make sausages. He places a large chunk of metal in front of me. What is this? It's a filling machine used to make sausages. Seriously? The least fee you'll pay for this device will be our profit. We've been paying more than double the price to the guild as a special exception when we set them up. If we deduct that amount, you won't have to raise our prices. I wonder why they didn't come to me in the first place rather than suggesting this from the get-go. No, I don't think that was possible. This is the first time I've seen such strange food. I don't think I would have accepted their proposal to sell them without any background knowledge. So now, the Pandemonium Trading Company has launched the product with great success, and I, on the verge of death from that success, was offered a proposal from them. You, sly company, you. To think they would come to negotiate with me only after they've prepared the groundwork that I won't. Rather, can't refuse. Section. And so, I reopen my business as a sausage vendor. They taste good grilled or boiled. What if I put them in buns? Sales are going exceptionally well. The timing of my change of business and the withdrawal of Pandemonium's carts were precisely the same, so all the customers who were looking for sausages came to my cart. This is the busiest I've ever been in my entire vendor life. I'm so glad I went all out to learn how to use the filling machine and ready sausages before I reopened. At this rate, I'll be able to make up for the past 2 weeks of lost sales in no time. Pandemonium Trading Company also said that their cart had made more money than expected and was willing to waive the lease fee for the next 6 months to return the profit. How generous of them. Thus, I overcame the biggest dilemma of my life and secured my baby's future. Wait for me, my precious. I'll do my best to make it a success so I can pass this sausage stall on to your generation. Chapter 269 Aforestation Progress. Eshma, one of the new members of the Heavenly Four, has arrived. Lord Saint, I've come to report on the Aforestation progress. I thought she had dropped by to hang out, but she's here to talk about work. What a diligent person. Aforestation? What are you talking about? Huh? Just kidding, I remember it. It's the project to revive the dead forests in the human kingdom, right? Our elves made a huge fortune from selling their crafts, so this idea was proposed as a way to use their excess money. There was this grand backstory where the elves, originally forest dwellers, were driven out of their homes due to the humans' environmentally harmful activities. Now that the human kingdom has been overthrown, the Demon King's army is bringing back the devastated nature. We've been busy making fields and growing seedlings since last winter. Everything is proceeding smoothly. I see. Are you going to start planting trees soon? Oh, no. It will take at least another year or 2 for the seedlings to grow to the point where they can be planted. Oh, is that so? Come to think of it, it's not uncommon for trees to be 100 or 1,000 years old. It'd be a mistake to think that their span is only about a few months. I estimate we won't be able to start full-scale planting until the following year. Sowing and harvesting crops multiple cycles a year thanks to the hyperfish fertilizer has made my sense of time deviate from the norm. At first, we thought of planting otherworldly trees that we grow but discarded the idea after some consideration. We didn't want to upset the balance of nature by introducing any more alien species. Coincidentally, the use of hyperfish fertilizer to promote growth was also banned. Unlike our farm, where the only purpose is to grow and harvest crops, the trees will form a forest that will live on for hundreds of years, but the faster they grow, the shorter their lifespan will be. Hence, Eshma and her team were compelled to work solely on this project and nothing else. This project was originally meant to utilize the Demon King's army after the war with the human race ended, but if anything, no words can express our gratitude to you, Lord Saint, for providing the funds for this. It's not me who funded this project, but the elves. May you accept their sentiments of wanting to revive their home. Consequently, there's something I'd like to ask you, Lord Saint. While we wait for the saplings to grow, We're steadily making preparations for the next phase. However, there is a problem with the said preparations. And what's that? It's about the designated area where we plan to plant the trees. Since the purpose of this project is to revive the elves' forest, the trees must be planted in the land where they once lived. I see. I guess so. She really is diligent, after all. This is disgraceful of me to admit, but neither I nor any of the soldiers in the Demon King's army know where their forest used to be. Oh, that is quite the dilemma, but it's not like it's your fault. Elves may have branched off of demons, but they're considered a completely different race now. Not having an in-depth understanding of another race is understandable, which is why we need someone knowledgeable about the elves' former home. I know. The first thing I thought of was the elves who live here. I'd like to borrow their wisdom. I know, if possible, I'd like them to accompany us on our Aforestation project as a consultant. Section. When I gathered the elves and explained the details, they broke out into the riot. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Of the approximately 20 elves gathered here, all of them flatly refused. But why? It's reviving the forest you used to live in, you know. Shouldn't you at least cooperate? Because accompanying the Demon King's army means we'll be away from here. I won't be able to eat the farm's delicious food. No, the fluffy futons, the relaxing hot spring. I don't want to stop working on my crafts. These guys, they've been completely domesticated by our farm life. They used to boast about their pride as forest dwellers and said it was preposterous for elves to sleep under a roof at first. Now they sleep in a log cabin with cotton mattresses on beds they made themselves and frilly pajamas made by Batami. I hear some of them even sleep with cuddly toys in their arms. They've lost touch with their wild side. Wherever did their pride as forest dwellers go? We can't live off the farm anymore. If we move from here, everywhere will be just the same as prison. If so, just kill us. Please. That much? They're starting to resemble Adam and Eve about to be expelled from Eden. Does this farm take away the residents' will to be independent? I don't think that's how it works. We've had people come and go on our farm. These elves are just throwing a tantrum like spoiled children. If that's the case, I don't think we can select an advisor for the project from among them. These helpless elves. I'm sorry, Eshma. You came all the way here only to get this response. It's okay, I'll try to find another elf who can help us. And the discussion ended there. Section. Some days later, I found an elf willing to help. I see. Eshma has brought good news on her next visit. To think there's still a benevolent elf out there. Our spoiled elves should learn from her. What kind of person is this elf? She has a bit of a complicated background. So, I'd like to discuss that with you as well. A complicated background? What's with her mumbling? The elf's name is Elzariel. I see. What about Elzariel, then? She used to be a thief. She used to steal left and right from the Demon Kingdom and the Human Kingdom. Our army finally managed to capture her in a prestigious arrest mission. But this all happened a long time ago. What's this déjà vu feel I get from her story? She was supposed to be executed immediately since she was a wanted criminal of the Demon Kingdom, but she survived. Eshma said she was part of a group of chivalrous bandits, stealing only from corrupt merchants and nobles and sharing what they stole with the poor. Because of this, there were some people in the army who defended her. One of them even manipulated the situation and hid her, making it look like the execution had taken place. A moving tale. She's been in hiding for a while, but she obviously can't stay that way forever. Hearing about our recruitment, she took the chance and came forward. Will she be forgiven for her crimes and contribute to the project to revive the Elven Forest, or will she receive capital punishment? She's a little hard to control, so I consulted Astas, and she told me to ask you, Lord Saint, about it. And so, here I am again. I know why Mrs. Astas directed her to me. She also knows the history of the elves who work for us. Aileron, Malga. Why yes, I call the two elves beside me. Before settling on our farm, these two had different titles. The leader and second in command of their former bandit group, the Thunderstorm Stonecutters. They're in the same line of work as the elf in question. Do you know her by any chance? Aileron shakes her head so vigorously that I thought her head would come off while Melga silently makes an X with her arms. So, They do know her. All right. I'll have Elzariel come to our farm to confirm things. Wait. Hastily interrupts Aileron. Fine, I'll admit it. Sister Elzariel is one of us. In fact, she's the founder of our group. Chapter 270. The bandit who started it all. Actually, Boss is alive? Boss Elzariel is? Asks Aileron, former leader of the Elven Bandits. Aren't you the boss, though? I'm the second-generation boss. The Thunderstorm Stonecutters was formed and founded by our senior, who was also the first boss. I see. I thought Aileron was their boss from the very beginning. During Sis Elzariel's days, we used to steal both from the Demon Kingdom and the Human Kingdom, but we were eventually driven by the authorities one day. Well, you were bandits. At that time, Boss single-handedly stopped our pursuers while the rest of us escaped. In exchange, only she was caught. That lines up with Eshma's story. We heard Boss has heroically died, so I had to take over. But to think she's still alive. Let's review how our elf team arrived here. They were wanted bandits who fled from place to place and ended up on our farm in the middle of nowhere, where they were caught trying to sneaking a bite off our tomatoes. To atone for their crime, they were forced to work for us. Since then, they've become quite accustomed to life here. We've been lying low ever since our leader was captured. Come to think of it, we haven't had a single successful theft since you took over, says Malga, the former second-in-command. Then, they embarked on farm life after that. What happened to Boss, Senior, Sis? She can't even decide what to call someone whom she thought had been long dead. To tell you the truth, a pardon for her has already been decided. Phew. Besides, Elzariel's death sentence was handed down because the corrupt wealthy merchants and aristocrats who were victimized kept appealing stubbornly. With the amount of influence they had, the army could only listen to them. Those victims probably wanted maximum revenge. In the end, they're nothing but corrupt. The recent reform has led to purges all over the nation. Therefore, sympathy for these chivalrous bandits became stronger, and we were able to issue new sentences that reduced their penalties. The change in circumstances allowed them to commute the death sentence to life imprisonment. With Elzariel's cooperation in the Elven Forest Revival Project, paperwork for clearing her name is underway. Does that mean we'll be declared as innocent too? Asks Aileron, secretly hopeful. Well, if you help us with the project, you'll be able to clear your name, too. No, we'll continue lying low on this farm for the rest of our lives. Do they not want to leave the farm that badly? But wait a minute. From what I understood based on the story, you don't need our help anymore, right? I ask. It doesn't look to me like there's any problem left. Yes, but Hastas said the elves here and Elzariel must be old friends, so we should reunite them. As expected of the Demon Queen, she has good intuition. Aileron and the others must be happy to see their leader, who they thought was dead. What a thoughtful idea. So, is Elzariel with you? Yes. She's one-sidedly attacking her former bandit allies as we speak. Yeah, I can see that. There's an elf shooting arrows non-stop with her bow. What's with her machine gun-like firing speed? Her opponents are Aileron and Malga, the former leader and second-in-command, mercilessly cornered by arrows. You weak bastards. You're unbelievable. The elf displays an inhuman rapid-fire technique. She's the only elf I haven't seen before. Compared to the others, she has a tough-looking body, similar to a macho person. In addition to her dark complexion and long, pointy ears unique to elves, she also has scars on her beautiful, dignified face. This new elf totally gives off fierce warrior vibes. Elzariel, the first leader of the Elven Bandits. It's her. She does look unique in her appearance. In contrast to that, Aileron looks more like a nobody. Line up. Why yes, MAAM. And then, Elzariel immediately asserts dominance and takes control of the elves upon her arrival. Well, I heard she was the original leader, so I suppose things should be that way. Aileron, it seems you took over the group after I was gone? Yes, Mom. I am extremely delighted to see you again, safe and sound. Aileron is shrinking back in fear. The superior-inferior relationship between them is so evident, even though they're of the same status in essence. But of course Sis Elzariel is allowed to have 2 L's in her name, says Aileron in a whisper. She formed the bandit group from scratch. I just succeeded her, the fiercest of the fierce. Now she's praising her senior with no breaks. You can instantly sense that she's no ordinary elf just by looking at her from head to toe. If I were to give examples from the same sex, I'd say Mrs. Astor's or Mrs. Glazier. That makes her the strongest elf class, huh? But why is the strongest elf flipping out as soon as she makes an appearance? I am beyond sad. I can't believe the thunderstorm stonecutters sunk so low after I was gone. Oh, where's the pride of the forest dwellers, of the chivalrous bandits? Elves sleeping under a roof is just plain disgraceful. Did she perhaps witness these elves' negligent behavior earlier? If so, I can't blame her for being at her wit's end. I am an elf who should have died at the executioner's blade. But I managed to survive through their compassion. Seems like it. I should have gotten what I deserved, but I was asked to help revive the elven forest. Then, I found out my allies' whereabouts in exchange for helping out and returning the favor. I wanted to see how you're all doing before departing for my mission, but instead, she sees this tragic scene. It looks like I was mistaken in entrusting leadership to you, Aileron. Now that it's come to this, I'm going to take all of you with me and discipline you from scratch while making you help with tree planting. Phew. No, the elves are resisting with all their might. Wait, sis. Please listen to what I have to say. You must be Malga, the calm and collected number 3. Long time no see. Long time no see, indeed. Aileron being the leader and me being second in command are all part of the past. Can Malga, famous for her calm, cool, and collected demeanor, successfully convince their angry leader? We've also been through a lot since we parted ways. We were chased by both the demon and human kingdoms and moved from place to place until we found our way here. This place is our haven. Please don't take it away from us. The calm elf could only plead, blunt and without an ounce of intelligence. You'll also soon understand what kind of place this is, sis. Lord Saint. Yes? I'd like to give her a sausage if that's all right with you. What's this out of the blue? If you're talking about the sausages we just made, we have a lot of smoked ones stored, so you can heat and serve them anytime. They're preserved food, after all. With my permission, Malga slices one of the sausages I brought and roasts it over the fire. That's how you heat it? Come on, sis. Give it a try. The sausage, now fully heated, is in Elzariel's hands. What is this? Judging from its smell, it must be meat. But I've never seen anything like this before. Perhaps the good smell lured her despite finding its shape bizarre because she took a bite without hesitation. The jet black meat stick goes inside the veteran elf's mouth. Then, from its middle, a crisp sound escapes. ? The meaty juices must be overflowing in her mouth. I can tell from the expression she's making. Do you realize now, sis? You'll never be able to leave the farm once you've tasted this. Our elves seem pretty pleased with her reaction. Shut up. Yeah, it's delicious, but so what? You better not be suggesting that you've been seduced by this meat stick. Their never-ending argument has begun. Chapter 271 The Senior's Judgment. Elzariel, the first-generation leader of the elven bandits' visit, is like a calamity for the elves on our farm. Very well. Let us see how you live your lives on this land, she says as she greedily stuffs her cheeks with sausages. If I find any of you slacking off even one bit, I will mercilessly take you with me and discipline you myself. Sure, calmly replies Malga. Witness how much we contribute to the saint's farm and how much he needs us. That way, you can leave with peace of mind. What a bold statement. Moreover, her last sentence sounded a lot like trying to get rid of an irritating superior. As I brooded the situation, Elzariel began to observe our farm section. Then again, she'll only be looking around the elves' workshop. Touring anywhere else is meaningless. The job we've been assigned here is to make tools and crafts, says Malga, who volunteered as a guide. This workshop is where we work hard every day. I see. Making tools is important for forest survival indeed, agrees Elzariel. Currently, we are divided into 4 groups, each specializing in different crafts. Malga is the leader of the leatherwork group, Pole is the leader of the glasswork group, Muriel is the leader of the woodwork group, and then there's one more. All our crafts have been sold to the capital for high prices. The profits we made are what we use to fund the Aforestation project. Now that you mention it, yes, the work of the elves here directly contributes to their forest's revival. This fact was powerful enough to shut down Elzariel's objections. I will now take you to the most active person in our workshop. Most active? Yes. It's the former Thunderstorm Stonecutters leader, now in charge of the pottery group, Aileron. Section. Aileron is the second-generation leader, right? And Elzariel is the first. Nowadays, Aileron is more apt at kneading clay and making plates now. Today, she and her groupmates are scrutinizing the latest batch of plates. The green looks dull. She says, "What are you, some kind of pro? The main color of our pieces today is green. The green I'm looking for is deep and vibrant, like the leaves on a summer tree. This shade is no better than an evergreen tree in winter. Should we add more ash to the glaze? No. The existing materials aren't enough. To achieve a deeper shade, we will need new material." She's making it sound so complicated. Again, to reiterate, they are trying to make a green plate, but they don't like the shade. It doesn't make that much of a difference to me. What are you talking about, Lord Saint? Do you not understand the abstruse intentions behind this plate? Oops. I struck an annoying chord of an annoying person. Today's theme is recreating the experience of eating on a leaf while traveling, thereby adding a touch of rustic beauty to an otherwise boring meal. For this reason, the green must be as deep and vibrant as a real leaf. As you can see, the former second-generation leader has become an uncompromising pain in the ass from baking so many plates, says Malga. Quite the way of speaking she has toward her former leader. Then, a voice from another character, HMPH, for an elf to pretend to be a craftsman is plain vanity. Who said that? That comment came from none other than Pops Edward, the dwarf. You're still here? There's no better race than the dwarves when it comes to making things. A shame that the demon connoisseurs have fallen so far behind to be paying high prices for the crude work of elves. Say what? Dwarven works are nothing but clumsy, ready-made items. You don't have appealing themes, just decorate the exterior to swindle people. What are you talking about? Our decorations are a result of our dwarven finesse backed with over 100 years of history. You have to realize that finesse needlessly distorts the essence of the work. Real art begins by eliminating deliberate artifice. You cannot call something art without finesse. An artisan's value lies in whether or not they have exerted effort to hone their skills. If you exclude finesse and say that nature is the best, you're just running away from your own ineptitude. When compared to real natural beauty, artificial items are nothing but a sham. If you want to recreate the beauty of nature with your own hands, you must first abandon finesse. Two troublesome people have crossed paths, which made things even more problematic. You two seem to be having fun arguing, so we'll leave you alone. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be involved either. Same here. Me and Malga both thought that this was bothersome. At the same time, Elzariel, the supposed star of the show, has become one with the air. Aileron has changed. Yes, mainly in a troublesome direction, though. No, I don't think she used to be able to generate this kind of overwhelming drive. That's because she's no longer a bandit, she's an artisan. I know, right? She can overwhelm anyone with her overflowing artisan spirit. Truly troublesome. Now, let me show you the farm's marvel that has made our beloved leader behave in such a way. Huh? Aren't you going to show the other elven workshops, like Pole's glassworks or Muriel's woodworks? It'll probably turn out the same way. Pole and Muriel have also become quite troublesome artisans. You sound like none of this concerns you, but haven't you become troublesome in your own way, Malga? I still remember the time you forced me to make 3 sewing machines for your leatherwork. Alright, I'm pretty sure we've had enough trouble from one elf today, so let's just introduce Elzariel to some other place instead. But why do I feel like she no longer has this aura she had in the beginning? I'd say this farm has a dense character. Unless you're Sensei or Lady Vale, you'll be overwhelmed. You're exaggerating things again. She laughs it off. but Malka pays no attention to this and leaves. Huh? Seriously? I'm going to let you experience firsthand this farm's extreme life. First of all, the food. It just so happens to be lunchtime. You may not be hungry since you just had sausages earlier, but tasty, 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 tasty. She's wolfing down the food like someone on the verge of starvation. I made sandwiches for lunch today. I'm glad she liked them. Senior, that's my portion. It's too delicious. I can't help myself. What's wrong with the bandit stealing from others? Everything. Next, we showed her the bathhouse. That felt great. Elzariel's body is steamy from the hot bath. Obviously, I couldn't accompany her to the women's bath, so I couldn't see what had happened inside. It took about 2 hours before she came out. And the fluffy beds in the bedroom. Once you experience its comfort, you wouldn't want to sleep on the ground ever again. You were sleeping on the ground before? After Elzariel had a general experience of life on our farm. Section. No, 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 no. I don't want to go back. She whines. I'll live here too. I'll eat delicious food every day, take a bath in the hot spring, and sleep in the fluffy bed. Senior, please don't be selfish. Yeah, you're going to help with the Aforestation project, aren't you? The elves' cooperation is indispensable to revive the elven forest in the old human kingdom, so if Elzariel doesn't go, we'll be in big trouble. Our elves ganged up to send her off, but Elzariel refused to budge. No, you're all unfair. You get to eat delicious food every day. Eventually, we somehow managed to get rid of her by giving her a sausage filler as a souvenir. The biter has been bit. I wonder if there is something about this farm that enchants elves? Anyway, I hope that her cooperation will speed up the elven forest's revival. Then, no, no, no. I don't want to leave either. I'm staying here forever. Edward the dwarf also refuses to leave. No, go home. Aren't you the king of your people? If you don't go back, the other dwarves' work will be delayed. Chapter 272 Farm Induction Course. Just when we sent Elzariel off, another visitor showed up soon after. This time, however, I was a little relieved because it was a familiar face. Demon King Zed. I've come to consult with you about something today, Lord Saint. His tone is as solemn as always. Why so formal? Aren't we buddies? I've also been indebted to you in many ways, so please don't hesitate to rely on me as well. Won't you conduct an induction course? An induction course? I'd like some promising young men of the army to experience life at your farm. He's saying odd things again. I know what an induction course is. It's training to gain special skills or knowledge, right? I think it makes sense for an army to have some kind of induction course, but why our farm? Even if we teach them about farming, it won't be beneficial to their operation, right? I disagree. This farm can teach other important things as well, essential for the army's future. So, please, I can't say turn down someone who wholeheartedly asks a favor from me. Besides, the Demon King and I go a long way back, so I gladly accepted his offer. Section. Thus, our farm welcomes about 10 young demons. It seems that they're all expected to shoulder the future of the Demon King's army. The moment they arrived, show your respect to us demons. They started by acting cocky. We, the demon race, are the world's number one. We, who have defeated the human race, are worthy of being the rulers of the earth. Praise us. Bow down and submit yourselves to use. The Demon Kingdom's dominion is the world's best. What's the meaning of this? These young demons are so overbearing that I can't tell whether they're hoodlums or imperial guards. Demon King, could you explain this to us? I puzzledly ask. He looks apologetic and embarrassed. This is the prevailing problem within our army. No, rather than just our army. It's spreading throughout the entire demon race. An illness gnawing the minds of the demons. Its name is insolence. We have ended our long war with the human race and won against them. While it is an auspicious occasion in itself, it has brought about an unexpected side effect. Some demons began to behave arrogantly, acting as if their race was the supreme ruler of the earth. Hey, you! One of the young demons lashes out at me. Why? How dare you act overfamiliar toward His Majesty? That man is the king of the demon race, now the best king in the world. It's outrageous of you to think that you can talk to him on equal grounds when you're not even a demon yourself. He's upset that the Demon King and I are talking like we're friends. Where are your manners? It baffles me that you have the guts to directly look His Majesty in the eye. Do you not realize how terrifying the world's ruler is? He fell silent because the Demon King hit him and smashed his face into the ground. I am beyond embarrassed, says the Demon King, shaking off the fist he used to wallop one of his men. Our triumph is a matter of great congratulation, but it's just sad to see them lose sight of themselves the moment they let it get to their head. No matter how many times I admonish them, they never seem to change. He hit and silenced one of them, but there are still many other young demons present here. They shudder at the Demon King's anger, but from the looks on their faces, none of them seem to have changed their minds. If we don't do something, there's no guarantee that these fools won't cause trouble for the humans and mermaids one day. Hence, I want to eradicate this mental illness as quickly as possible. Which is why he brought them to our farm. Got it? We'll do everything we can to live up to your expectations. Section. So, we'll teach the young demons who came for an induction course through a hit-and-cover rock-paper-scissors game. We'll show them two people playing rock-paper-scissors. The winner attacks, while the loser defends. Let the game begin. Hit and cover. Rock, paper, scissors. Scissors, paper. The winner is decided. Heck yeah. Take this. Dragon breath. Veil. Dragon Ver, who played scissors, immediately breathes fire. As a dragon, she has the scale and power to reduce an entire army to ashes. Then, mana field deployed. Threat shutout rate at 100%. Hawk is fun, who played paper, produces a barrier-like field to safeguard herself. She's one of the destruction angels that once destroyed the world. The only people on our farm who can stand up to Veil are she or Sensei. Since we can't just keep troubling Sensei, Hawk is fun's rate of pitching in is higher. Gahahaha. Good job deflecting my attack, bird woman. Masters every word is my command. One more time. Hit and cover. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, rock. A draw. One more time. Rock, paper. Hawk is fun wins. Mana cannon barrage. Hawk is fun mercilessly aims and fires her beam cannons toward Veil. I could see from the sidelines that its destructive power could easily blow up a mountain or two. Dragon Veil takes a direct hit, but lo and behold, she doesn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, she just dissipates the beam. Gahahaha. Your lame beams won't work on my dragon magic enhanced scales. Veil has been playing around with Hawker's fun multiple times in the past. After all, I wonder if she has acquired the defensive power to suppress Hawker's fun's mana cannon beams through their many mox battles. Very well. I'll give you a real shot of my mana cannon this time. Say that only after you won in rock paper scissors. I'll win every round from now on. Late plays are considered foul play, just so you know. Thus, the young demons witness a life-threatening rock paper scissors tournament between two of the strongest species unfold. I wonder if this made them realize things, even a little. Hopefully, watching Veil and Hawker's fun's frolicking will make them understand that there are many stronger beings out there and that they shouldn't get carried away. Chapter 273 Conceit. I am a ranger of the most superior race in the world, the demons. We have reached our peak by purging the human race and becoming the conqueror of the earth. The mermaid race hides underwater, and the many other sub-races are just as insignificant. But seriously, all of them should just bow to us and be dominated. We demons are the strongest, the supreme rulers. We look down on everyone and take everything as ours. That is our standard from now on. I, Erangir, am still a young and inexperienced foot soldier of the Demon King's army, but I intend to be promoted and stand above all races in the future. For that, I must cultivate my dignity as a conqueror by maintaining a high level of pride. Oh, you think so too, Siring? Yadazak. Since we are batchmates, we will be promoted around the same time. We'll have supreme ruling power by the time we become members of the Heavenly Four. We'll turn all other races into slaves and rule over them. You too, Raital, Lokhongi, and Saza. What are you talking about? Stuck? Cooperation is important. It's okay if it's among us. But there's no need to go out of our way and do the same with other races. All they need is our domination. You agree with him? Tekton and Zecht. I guess there are always oddballs like you. Oh well, they're only a minority. They'll be kicked out of the army, and the upper positions will be only for those who sympathize with me. HMPH. By doing so, we can realize an ideal world where we demons enslave all other races. Now is the demon's zenith. Oh, I can't wait to get promoted. Section. After days of such exchanges, we were all summoned. The Demon King is afflicted by the trend of arrogance infecting the nation after we won the war. I turned pale at my superior's words. Isn't that what I've been spreading around lately? Is it over for us? Are we going to be purged? The people who kept spreading the same thing as I turn pale as well. However, I also see Stark and the other weaklings' faces, so maybe we won't be purged. Just a warning, they said. You'll be taking an induction course. An induction course? Our superior continues. This is a direct order from the Demon King. You will go to a certain place to study, learn your place, and realize that we demons are just another race living in this world. I don't really get it, but it all sounds pretty lame to me. Isn't it evident that we've become the superior race after winning the war? I take great pride in that fact. A little scolding won't change my mind. I don't know where they're taking us for this induction course, but I'll be there to show them what our race will be in the future and embody our rage. And the place where we arrived after teleporting. Section. Was a hell beyond imagination. There's a dragon, one of the world's two greatest calamities. This is the first time I've seen one in person, but I could tell how strong she is from a glance. I saw the way she breathed fire and thought just one hit could destroy the demon capital. It was terrifying. Many of my batchmates have already fainted. The dragon's aura was enough to rob them of their consciousness. What do you think? Isn't this terrifying? Asks His Majesty. You've been claiming that the demon race is the best, but do you think you can win against Lady Vale? You do realize she's also one of the races living in this world. No, there's no way we can beat a dragon. The dragon alone was enough to make me feel faint. But something was even more shocking. Someone is fighting on par with the dragon. But what race is she from? Her appearance is unlike any other sub-race I know. Was there always a winged race? What's more, she's completely blocking the dragon's breath with some kind of barrier and shooting back with some type of powerful offensive magic. On par. They're completely on par. The only person who can fight a dragon on equal terms is a lifeless king. Lady Hawker's font comes from a race of angels that were created by the celestial gods. It is said they have once destroyed the world, explains the Demon King. Hyun, what do you think? Do you think the demons can win if they challenge either of two? If you think the answer is no, then you have no right to think that we are the best in the world, correct? How are things going, Demon King? Ahahaha. All of them are utterly stupefied, just as I had anticipated. There's a human casually talking with the Demon King. Huh? A human? But I feel like there's something different about him. Anyway, he, a member of the defeated race, has got an awful lot of nerve making small talk with the Demon King. Huh? He's the owner of this place? The dragon and the angel are this human's followers? Sorry. But I think it's better if we're double sure. That's why I thought of an idea. Well, if it's your idea, Lord Saint, it must be a good one. Wait, we've already seen enough from the dragon and angel alone. What else is there? The stage is all yours, Sensei. Yup. Now, it's a lifeless king? The other greatest calamity. Understandably, you're surprised, but save it for what's to come. I've asked Sensei to summon a certain someone. Huh? Who? But I don't think there's anything more surprising than this. Would you kindly, Sensei? Of course. Well then. Naya. As the lifeless king swishes his wand around, accompanied by a random incantation, the dimension distorts, and miasma hangs in the air. Is this perhaps summoning magic? The next thing I knew, a god had descended. This is Hades, god of the underworld. Don't introduce him so casually. He's the god we demons worship. Wait, he summoned a god? Several expert demon summoners gathered together already have it rough just trying to summon a single elder spirit. Won't they give us a short break to tremble in fear from the lifeless king first? A few words. Your mightiness. That human guy's prompting the god. What is with him? Seriously? I hath heard about thee. Thou art the cocky children thinking the demon race is the most wondrous in the world, art thee not? Why and how did he learn about that? As a god, I doth not approve of such behavior. All mortals who walk on the visage of this earth art brothers and sisters. Thee must not be establishing such hierarchy thoughtlessly. And then we are being personally warned by the god himself. How are we supposed to process all this information? Chapter 274, The Farm's Next Generation Development Plan. Hey, it's me again. Today, we've invited young demons to our farm for a training session. First, they watched a mox battle between Vale and Aforestation to get a feel of the world's strongest classes. Next, they were personally warned by Hades, the god of the demon race. I'm sure this will make any demon change their mind. What terrible behavior! Exclaims Platty, whose baby belly is starting to become prominent, shuddering as she watches from the side. Platty, we'd better get the food ready. Oh, yeah, we can't just call a god and make him leave without treating him to something. Thank you for going out of your way to come here, your mightiness. May you enjoy your bamboo shoot rice. To satisfy this god, we should offer him his favorite food, such as our farm's wisdom. Please put some natto on top. Stop that, Angel. Mixing natto would be a little too adventurous, even for a god. So Hades eats it separately. The young demons who had come for the induction course have all fainted from the shock, so they can't witness the god feeling right at home. Our sincerest apologies for troubling your mightiness over and over, says the Demon King, bowing apologetically. This should trigger a change in the fools' conceited minds. As I thought, any problem can be solved by asking you, Lord Saint. But something bothers me. I look at these 10 or so young demons who have passed out. Not all of them have become conceited, haven't they? I noticed a few of them were giving cold stares to their haughty comrades earlier. Well, all of them are unconscious right now, though. Having been overwhelmed by a god, an angel, a dragon, and a lifeless king. Isn't this considered mild bullying? I knew you'd notice that, Lord Saint. So not all of them are arrogant, after all. It's an everlasting wonder to come to your farm. Huh? Where did that come from? It's not just about witnessing the strongest species alive. One can learn a lot of valuable things here. Just a one-time visit can make a big difference to the ignorant. Come on, you're exaggerating. Flattery won't get you anything. Oh, phooey. Please serve bamboo shoot rice to the Demon King too. I felt bad just bringing problem children with me, you see. Oh. That's why you brought well-behaved ones as well. There's a lot to be learned on this farm that I'd rather bring the more promising ones if anything. The arrogant ones present here were brilliant individuals selected from among dozens of others. He laughs at himself, thinking that the primary purpose of this visit is amiss. I said this induction course was for correcting their conceited attitude, but it turned into a place for training the elites before I knew it. Ha, it's fine. Don't worry about that. If these kids who came here grow up to be successful, they'll be able to control those under them and avoid a situation like this in the future. This course is scheduled to continue for a few more weeks. We'll use that time to dedicate all of our farm's energy to raising them into soldiers of elite character, so they can properly lead the world. Our farm must also contribute to that cause. In that case, says Hades, he's still here, and he heard our entire conversation? Do thee not think something is missing? Something missing? What could it be? It's hard for me, a mortal, to understand the profound thoughts of a god. Demon King, didst thee not mention before that thee wanted to rule with thine enemies as residents of the same earth? Ah, did he? I try to recall. Oh, was that when the Demon King defeated the human kingdom and reported to Hades? I was impressed by his magnanimity to deem the humans, his enemy, as a race with equal rights to rule the earth alongside his own people, and yet, thee hast only gathered demons here as future elite candidates. Thou art contradicting thine claim of ruling without racial distinction, as if he's going to assign all the important posts to his own brethren while the humans stay ruled forever. That kind of thing? I suppose a god would take notice of that. Ho ho ho. A deity's viewpoint is different. On that note, another bowl of bamboo shooteth rice, prithee. Here you go. I hath said bamboo shooteth rice, not natto. Hawk is fond so brave to control the god from being self-complacent. Hades grumbles, but he still accepts the natto and mixes it with the rice. Meanwhile, the demon king writhes in agony, greatly perplexed. It is as your mightiness said. He looks like a baroque sculpture anguishing in that position. I've ruled the human kingdom and made the humans my subjects, but I unconsciously restricted the seats to demons only. I've become hypocritical, admonishing my conceited men when I myself have become one. Woe. It's because I have such a distorted mind that it has transmitted to my subordinates, causing problems. I'm the main cause of it all. Thee do not hast to be so critical of thyself. I just hath brought it up casually. Hades is taken aback by the demon king. Doth not be disheartened. Doth thee want some bamboo shoot rice? Natto, please. I guess I'll have to help a friend in need. Why don't you invite the humans too? You know, it's as that French aristocrat once said, let them eat cake if there's no bread. Why don't we find some promising humans and let them study here? I add while looking at the still conscious demons. Let them study with these kids. Doing so will help develop camaraderie with each other. It's like killing two birds with one stone and achieving harmony. But I can't put any more burden on you, Lord Saint, says the Demon King while eating natto. It's okay. We're also contributing to the world by doing this, I reply, also eating natto. We already have a mermaid branch school on our farm, where many mermaids are studying. First mermaids, then demons. Humans will be left out if we don't invite them over too. Let's make this a place where all three races can learn without any racial differentiation. Studying on a farm. I wondered if that was what a farm was for, but I stopped caring about the minor details. There would be world peace if the humans, demons, and mermaids could interact and deepen their bond here. Now's the time to start an otherworldly farm study program for the three races. All right. I'll immediately notify the occupation government in the former human kingdom and recruit future leaders, says the Demon King while still eating natto. Ho ho ho. We shall achieve racial harmony at a faster rate. That way, the earth that I govern shall prosper more and more, says Hades, also eating natto. World peace is the most important thing, indeed. I say, also eating natto. Let's all eat natto and make the world a better place. Why the hell are we all eating natto? Hey, hawkers fun, don't subliminally propagate natto. That's enough. Chapter 275 Athene's Sacrifice. My name is Rythasius, an ordinary, 17-year-old human male born in an ordinary village to ordinary villager parents and the middle child of 5 ordinary siblings. As we live in a rural village in the human kingdom, we are basically poor with no means to provide food. I, the most ordinary person in the village, was sent to our feudal lord's mansion as a live-in apprentice. After some twists and turns, I was able to work in an extravagant place. The feudal lord was a kind man and took care of me. This is the only place that differs from the ordinary. I worked hard under his guidance and was promoted to his chamberlain. But now, an unusual problem has come knocking at my doorstep. One day, the feudal lord came home, his face white as a sheet. I could tell at a glance that something was wrong. I wonder what happened. Today, he's supposed to be at the demon occupation government as per their summon. It's been a year since we, the human race, lost the war against them. The demons, however, have been so tolerant in their system that it's hard to believe they were invaders. If anything, it's more comfortable living now than it was when the human king and the order were doing whatever they wanted. Most of the human populace also welcomed the demons, and our feudal lords were allowed to rule their territories unchanged. Personally, I'm just happy that my respected sire was able to survive the political upheaval. But today, something finally happened. Rythasius, water. Bring me some water. He sat down on the sofa as soon as he returned. He seems pretty haggard. At any rate, I brought him water as he ordered. Please have a drink to calm your nerves, sire. Another. I told him to calm down, but he drank it in one go and asked for more. He must be really perturbed about something. Whatever did the demons tell the typically docile feudal lord that made him this upset? They finally bore their fangs. Pardon, sire? After 3 glasses, sire finally regained his composure. Still, He couldn't stop profusely sweating all over, and he restlessly wiped his face. Those rascal demons. At first, they approached us like good guys, but it turns out they were hiding their fangs all along. They're really trying to get rid of us. Sire, calm down. What happened? As Sire's favorite chamberlain, I am allowed to serve beside him. Apparently, I'm a great help to him because of my tactfulness. Thus, it's also my job to listen to his complaints and give him insight during his private time. But this is the first time I've ever seen him so distraught. What did the government tell you, sire? From what I've seen of the demons' occupation policies, I get the impression that they won't ask anything absurd. They told me to present what? People. They want us to present young, talented, and capable people. What are they going to do with those people, sire? I don't know. They just gave me an ambiguous answer when I asked, but their order is absolute. So, if we refuse, we don't know what kind of retaliation we'll get. In fact, since the Demon King's army is the occupier of the human kingdom, they can take any form of reprisal if they want to. Human resources are the nation's treasure. What will they do if they take that from us? Will they become a sacrifice, or perhaps feed them to the vicious monsters that they keep? Please calm down, sire. While we've heard of demons controlling monsters, there are only a few of them. Moreover, they're low-ranking anthropomorphs. I don't think such monsters would demand a sacrifice. However, even if they won't be eaten, they may be treated similarly to former enemies. I don't know what the demon's aim is for wanting human resources. The presented people will probably have to be prepared for uncommon circumstances, and as the loser of the war, we have no right to decline. Exactly. No matter how much we struggle, we have to obey at the end of the day and give what is demanded. That is, young, promising people with power, wisdom, and brilliance. He mutters anxiously. Rythasius. Boy, there is only one such young person in my territory. I see. I understand the sire's concern now. It's my one and only son, Saldakase. Sire is a kind-hearted man and a sensible politician. However, one thing makes him lose his rationality. His one and only son, Saldakase. His son was born when he was already quite old, so for that reason, he dotes on him very much. He's got a good record, so he's bound to catch the attention of the demons. If that happens, he'll be sent to the distant demon kingdom. I may never see him again. Ah, is this the main reason why he's so upset? He's always been fond of children. That's why he took good care of me when I was young, even if I was a servant. So, I can only imagine if it's his own son. After all that sire has done for me, now's the time to return the favor. I'll go, sire. I spontaneously say, the demons want young people, right? I'm 17 years old, so I meet the requirements. Wit isn't easy to tell from appearances, so we can deceive them. But if you go, you may never return. Sire is even worried about me, which is why I feel like giving up my life for him. A cheap life such as mine, a mere villager, can be found anywhere, anyway. And then, I was to leave as the representative of my territory on the appointed day. Apparently, the rule was that each territory was supposed to present its most brilliant young men as their representative. My departure was greeted by a suitably large crowd. Most of them seemed to be in mourning for me as if I was embarking on my journey to the other world, but as for the minority who felt otherwise. Hey, Rythasius, aren't you glad you could substitute for me? Asks Saldakase, sire's son. I think he's a year older than me. You've always been a despicable twat, but I never thought you'd be useful to me like this. Quite the loyal act to be dying in place of your master. I commend you. Because of sire's doting and pampering, he has grown up to be a completely spoiled brat. Just thinking about him succeeding as further as the next feudal lord makes me worried sick, almost more than my own fate under the hands of the demons. My father told me that eventually, I would have to assign you as my associate, and honestly, I was disgusted. But with this, my life will be spared, and an eyesore like you will die. It seems Zeus has blessed my future. If he really becomes the next feudal lord, what will happen to this territory? Even if I were to die in the land of the demons, I'm sure I'd still be haunted by that thought in my afterlife. Guys, I leave the rest to you. Yeah, we'll be sure to discipline sire's son. I entrusted the rest to my fellow chamberlains and departed. No, really. This could be my final farewell, but this is such a slovenly parting. What kind of treatment will I get from the demons? Chapter 276 Rythasius Adventure. It's me again, Rythasius of the human race. I've been handed over to the demons like a sold calf. What fate awaits me now? I've been told that I won't be sacrificed to their monster, but I might be used as a catalyst for their alchemy and have my life force wrung out of me. If so, my life was short. Well, I'm content with it if I can use my life for the sire who has taken good care of me. It seems we must first gather at the occupation office, so I went there. The occupation office is the former royal castle, located in what used to be the human kingdom's capital. I never expected to go to the castle under such circumstances. When the human kingdom was still going strong, this would have been a place that lowly people would never have a chance to visit. I guess life is full of surprises. As I arrived at the designated room, I found several men and women around my age already gathered there. They're probably the offered sacrifices, rather, human resources representing their territories. Just like me. Walkina, is that you, Rythasius? Long time no see. Seeing a familiar face, I rush over to Walkina's side. He's the chamberlain of a neighboring territory's feudal lord. We've seen each other multiple times during the territory conferences. Are you here for the same reason as I am? A substitute, that is. Yeah, our young lady was also of the right age, but we can't just present her, can we? So I took her place. We both have it rough, huh? As I look around, I notice a nobleman among the many other young servants gathered. He presented himself without asking for a substitute. That's quite a courageous act. The second and third sons could have worked as his proxy, but his willingness to sacrifice himself to protect his people touches me. Leagues apart from your stupid young master, says Walkina. Why bring that up? Aren't you in the same situation as me? Dumbass. I serve a young lady, a delicate woman. What with his unreasonable yet somewhat relatable logic? Oh, well, it's a life that may be gone tomorrow anyway. Let's stop wasting our time thinking about useless things. Section. As we waited, it seemed all the sacrifices, rather, human resources, have gathered. I am Governor Melvistos of the Demon Occupation Prefectural Office, says a distinguished demon, graceful from appearance to demeanor. Now, behave yourselves. Huh? What do you mean by that when someone as distinguished as you has already appeared? But I stand corrected. An even more distinguished person has appeared. Demon King Zedden has arrived, ? The viceroy steps aside, and the giant takes over. It feels as if a wall closing in on us. That's how intimidating his presence is. Is he the Demon King, the supreme commander of the demon race? In other words, he has the highest position out there. First of all, you've done well coming here. Surely, it must have been toilsome, solemnly says the Demon King. Why is he personally here to receive us? I've prepared myself to be unperturbed no matter what tragic events come my way. But this quickly surpassed my expectations. But your majesty, this isn't a very impressive lineup, says the viceroy beside him. I can tell from their attires. I suspect most of the people sent here are their servants. I can understand that the aristocrats were unwilling to give us their children, so they sent substitutes. Crap. He already saw through us. It's all good. But the Demon King remains tolerant. They must be wary of being sacrificed. Those present here have accepted such peril and strengthened their resolve to face death. Their face says it all. He adds, looking at us. Not only are they brilliant, but they also have the determination to protect their homeland, even at the cost of their own lives. And to gather such people, the purpose of this call was intentionally kept vague. Thanks to this, we have a group of fresh and young people. Is that so? Have we fallen for the demon's true motive all along? But what is he going to do now that he's gathered us? Let me tell you the reason why. The reason we gathered you here is, the Demon King continues, you'll be studying someplace else. Huh? We're going to provide you elite education and make you form connections with various key figures in the Demon Kingdom. After you have cultivated a sufficient skill set, you will work for the benefit of both nations. Hence the purpose of studying somewhere else. The hall is abuzz. As expected, everyone can't remain quiet. The commotion could be heard in all directions. This is for neither one race's sake. I want you to work for the prosperity of both races that have become one. Do you accept these terms? There's no point in getting flustered here. So we accept. Then I'll take you to your place of study right away. There, young demons of the same caliber as you have already started training. The purpose is to study with them and develop camaraderie. The Demon King starts walking toward us, stops in the center of the crowd, and says, Malvistos, I bid you farewell for now. We'll talk again soon. I, Malvistos, will devote my life to stabilizing the human kingdom, so please rest assured, replies the Viceroy, bowing his head reverently. The next moment, the Viceroy disappeared. Wait, it's not just him. The walls and ceiling of the royal castle also disappeared. The next thing I know, the clear, blue sky is above us. We're here, says the Demon King. Huh? No way. Already? Not even a second has lapsed. Was that the demon's teleportation magic? Exclaims someone who seems to know something. It's a spell that allows you to move to a predetermined location instantly. But to carry this many people at once, it's unheard of. Come to think of it, more than a dozen of the gathered people are all present. I guess the Demon King is incredible. This is the Saint's Farm where you will be conducting your studies, says the Demon King. Oh, so this is the Saint's Farm. I can't help but gasp at the familiar sounding name. Huh? This is the Saint's Farm? The rumored place in the human kingdom? It is said that there's a utopia somewhere in the world. The saint who lives there has an ability that surpasses even gods, and if he so desired, he could rule the world. He doesn't want to, though, so he doesn't make himself publicly known. Some faddists even believe that with the saint's help, he can wipe out the demon race and revive the human kingdom. These people have been searching for the Saint's Farm with all their might but to no avail. Yet, I've set foot into that very farm. Chapter 277 Rythasius and Derangier. Hey oh, it's me, Kidden, the farm owner. Today, the Demon King will bring young people from the human kingdom to study here, so I waited for them as I worked in the fields, and here they are. A crowd of people coming from our farm's waypoint. Welcome, welcome. I own this farm. I hope you get to learn a lot of things here. I toss my hoe on the ground and welcome them myself as friendly as possible. However, the human teens brought by the Demon King only respond with cautious stares, all quiet and meek. If you're the owner of this place, does that mean you're Lord Saint? Asked two of them. I'm surprised you know. Of course we do. You're a huge rumor back in the old human kingdom, Saint Kidden. Huh? Why? Because you're powerful. It seems the people over there perceive me as some kind of omnipotent being or something. Thanks to the commotion Vale caused on the battlefield and Bacchus spreading the word, my existence has become well known. Some people believe that you can bring salvation to the old human kingdom and help us drive back the Demon King's army. Wah! But the one who brought us to you today is the ruler of the demon race, the Demon King. What in the world is going on? Among the teens, a seemingly clever boy took the initiative and asked me. This is our first meeting, but he's pretty darn assertive. I suppose I should answer him with equal gusto because we're friends. Right? Right? The Demon King and I place our arms around each other's shoulders. Then, the teens start chattering amongst themselves. The Saint and the Demon King are friends? What's with this friendly air about them? The way they get along makes them look like they're geezers. It's a little painful to look at. Hey, who the hell was the last person? So, even if we appeal to you to get rid of the Demon King's army in the old human kingdom, it won't happen. I reply, I can't betray my friendship with the Demon King, plus it's too much trouble. I just want to farm here all my life. Hearing my reply, the teens throw their hands in the air. Why? Because we don't want the system to be overturned now. We don't want to go back to the disorderly regime of the royal family and the order. It's practically impossible trying to get it back. You're our only hope, Saint Kidden. But you're a friend of the Demon King, so you won't show opposition. That's good news. Do you want to revive the human kingdom or not? Which one is it? Oh, you don't? Okay, to summarize their claims. The human kingdom was destroyed by the Demon Kingdom. The human kingdom had an absurd regime, so they're glad it was overthrown. The demon-occupying forces rule better than them. So, they don't want to revive the human kingdom. However, there's always a minority in any matter, and some still want to revive their nation. They can't do it on their own, however, so they cling to their one and only hope for the last time. Me, Saint Kidden. I guess there are all sorts of humans too. If that's the case, I think it'd be better to just say it bluntly so as not to give them false hope. For example, we can have Vale fly around in her dragon form and shout, Saint Kidden will not cooperate with the human kingdom. That way, no one would be clinging to uncertain hope anymore. Please don't. Pleads the same clever boy from earlier. Why, it's the former royal family and the order who still want to revive the human kingdom. Looking for you. Thought so. Those who were once on the center stage of politics want to come back, don't they? They are searching for you to regain their glory, but if they find out that what they're doing is futile, they may behave rashly in who knows what way. I see. The stubborn will seek other means if they find that relying on me is useless. If it is an act of terrorism, it could harm the public's peaceful life. They can't find you, so them searching and wasting their time is for the majority's sake. Please, don't say anything. Got it? He really is clever, from looks to his opinions. What's your name? Rythasius, sir. Rythasius. Huh? I'll remember that. You've got a really bright kid with you, Demon King. I'm as pleased as you, Lord Saint. Now, let's stop going on a tangent and get back to the main point. You'll be studying at my farm from now on. Oh wow. We'll really be studying here, but what will we study? Yeah, I'm still thinking about that. Let's start with the most basic. Let me introduce you to your other schoolmates. Section. We went to where the young demons who had begun their studies before them. Currently, they're engaging themselves in farm work. Hey, why do we demons have to do this labor? Because you have to provide your own food, and since we have even more people again, we have to harvest more accordingly. The demons with arrogance issues straightened up when they found out that Vale, Okubo, Gobukachi, and others were strong and scary. It's the perfect way to discipline kids like them. I face both races and say, I'd like to introduce you all to your friends who will be studying here with you from this day on. I hope you get along. This isn't funny. Snaps a demoness. I didn't think you'd actually bring in a humans. An inferior, defeated race. She's not just mincing her words. She's being outright rude. The humans, who have accepted the demon's rule, are stung by her controversial statement. Enough, Eringier, intervenes the Demon King. I can't entrust the army's far future to someone with such biased insights. But your majesty, the human race will be allies who will support the same nation together with us. I also believe it's okay to select the new Heavenly Four from among them generations down the line. No way. Nevertheless, the human group is rather astounded by his statement. The Demon King is garnering respect for his bold and impartial judgment. Anything but that, your majesty. The Heavenly Four's positions belong to the demons for eternity. The demoness flares up with malice and resentment. Well then, I'll make the difference between us demons and humans clear. Oh, no. Here we go again. This calls for a match. Humans, bring out your strongest challenger. I, Eringier, will crush them in one go. When someone reaches a dead end, they ask for a match. This, my friends, is the blandest and most overused pattern. Chapter 278 Unique Combat. Thus, the election of the representative of the human race and the demon race studying at the farm has begun. It's a contest to decide which race is superior. It's nonsensical. It's nonsensical, but I guess it's the youth's privilege to involve themselves with nonsensical things more than anything else. They're here to be educated as the next generation of youths. It's only natural that there would be unprecedented racial troubles. Those are just bound to happen when you're young. I make it sound like this farm only ever has old geezers and hags. Those in their 20s are still considered young. Those in their 30s, barely. You lowly humans, I'm going to make you realize your social worth. The demon's representative is Eringier, as always, an uncompromising, energetic, and elitist warrior. The other elitist demons already had their confidence dampened when they saw the transcendent battle between Vale and Hawker's Fon, though only one of them remains persistent. On the other hand, the human representative is, "Why me?" asks Rythasius. It's probably because he showed his wit in our earlier exchange. He caught his peers' attention and was nominated because of that. Erangea vs. Rythasius. The battle for the pride of each race begins. Section. I don't want to fight, complains Rythasius, on the verge of tears. He has already lost heart. I was a mere chamberlain before I came here. I've never been in a fight before. Don't worry. I know you can do it. I half-heartedly encourage him. Your opponent is as inexperienced as you are. She may be part of the Demon King's army, but she's still a novice. Hey, I heard that, shouts a voice from the other side. It's Erangea. Why the hell do you keep supporting them? It's not fair. Are you on the human side? After all, I think anyone would side with Rythasius after seeing him, regardless of his race, if you ask me. The surrounding spectators nod their heads in agreement. Damn it. So, I'm going to be fighting alone and unassisted? Character and attitude make enemies, you know. Both sides hold something that resembles a sword, a bamboo sword. I anticipated something like this to happen, so I made them out of the bamboo I got from the dungeon orchard in advance. You'll be fighting with these bamboo swords. The battle would be over in a flash if they used real swords, so I'll be their judge. Hey he he. I'll make you realize our racial superiority. No matter what match we have, the demon race will never lose to the human race, says Erangea, licking her lips. She's like a cat going after her prey. Rythasius shakes like a cornered rat. Or so I thought. What's wrong? You're cute. Excuse me? Erangea has the characteristically bewitching allure of a demoness appropriate to her age. However, he suddenly started flirting with a girl on the battlefield. Rythasius' popularity, which had been rising steadily until now, crashed in one go. That's not it. I was just expressing my first impressions. I hope you lose, Rythasius. Die. His supporters have turned into his bashers. A slip of the tongue is truly frightening. Meanwhile, the person Rythasius complimented turns beet red and says, how disgraceful to be acting like this in a real battle. Humans are a stupid race, after all. I'm going to get rid of you here. The match hasn't even started yet, but Erangea begins to charge with her bamboo sword. I'll slay you. You can't really slay people with a bamboo sword, no matter how hard you try. Erangea's movements are very stereotypical, as if she had learned them in training. My judgment of her as an inexperienced rookie is correct. However, it was the Demon King's army that had trained her. The strongest army on Earth has accumulated a lot of know-how in slaying people, and if someone were to learn it, they would be keener than someone used to fist fights. This is too much to ask an amateur to deal with this. The image of Rythasius being beaten to a pulp is in everyone's mind. But, Rythasius intercepts Erangea's sword that came slashing downward. He applies force from an unexpected direction, making Erangea lose grip. Even she's surprised. How unbelievable for a Demon King's army soldier to be agitated and full of openings during a battle. As a result, she was unable to intercept Rythasius' incoming attack. We have a winner, I declare, seeing that the tip of the bamboo sword stopped just in front of Erangea's throat. Rythasius probably did that out of consideration. He won. I can't believe he won. A totally unexpected result. The people around us are hyped up by the surprising result. No, I can't believe I lost. Erangea is shattered by the outcome. She flimsily collapses, knees on the ground. No way, I won. And the person who won is the most surprised, bamboo sword still in his hand. I walk up to him and say, good job, Rythasius. But you used a pretty unfair strategy. That's right. While you said that you're a complete amateur who has never fought before, the way you intercepted Erangea's attack was precisely like a professional. You deliberately pretended to be an amateur to catch your opponent off guard, didn't you? He doesn't mind lying for the sake of winning. Such dirty tricks give me shivers. Could it be that he also called her cute just before the match to provoke her? That's not true. I'm really an amateur. I've never held a sword in my life. My body moved on its own. How am I supposed to explain that? What's going on? Is he really an amateur? But he was able to move like a professional. Then what about when you called her cute? Those were my true feelings. TSK. I unconsciously clicked my tongue. Our farm's project to educate the youth of all races has somehow started, but it seems that we have an exceptionally talented person with us. Don't get the wrong idea. Shouts Erin, teary-eyed. Don't think you're superior just because you won one fight. That was just a coincidence, a fluke. I'm still going to prove to you that I'm better than you. What obvious excuses from someone unwilling to admit defeat. Rythasius, overflowing with extraordinary brilliance, and Erin, who reacts most predictably at everything. This is probably going to follow another cliché pattern. Chapter 279 The World's Most Wanted Class. Thus, both the demon and human teens came to live together at our farm. They're the elite candidates who will shoulder their nation in the future. So it's ideal for them to interact here and build up their personal network. However, in addition to the humans and demons, another race is also present on our farm, the mermaids. These promising students gather at Mermaid Witch Academia Farm Branch School. Teens from the three major races, the humans, demons, and mermaids, were all here, making it all the more amazing. Look, they're already interacting with one another. I think our mermaid royalty is much more awesome than your demon king. I dare you to say that again. And a fight immediately breaks out. An unfamiliar young mermaid and demon are arguing. I mean, Prince Raana was pinned down by a dragon and an angel and still managed to survive. Think your demon king can beat that? Oh yeah, I did hear something like that happen. A group of mermaid students once went to visit Prince Raana, who was in the middle of his pilgrimage, for a social field trip. They said Prince Raana had a brawl with an angel and a dragon. But how did things escalate to that? Actually, how did he even survive? Don't underestimate our king. He can also do whatever your merprince can. Huh? Should I consider this timing to be good or bad? Because the demon king happens to be right beside me. Drinking tea instead of leaving quickly, even though he had finished his business, backfired on him. Your Majesty, you can kill dragons and angels in an instant, right? You are. She approaches the demon king like a child filled with dreams. She looks the youngest of the demons who had come to study here, with eyes of pure, untainted intent looking at him. Why yeah, if he responds with, "Don't be silly. Dragons and angels will kill me first before I do," it's practically the same as telling her Santa Claus doesn't exist. Oh, what's this, a fight? Did someone say NATO? And without even calling for them, the dragon and angel appeared. Nothing else is missing. Very well. I'll show you that the Demon King is the strongest. The Demon King, amid his own paternity after the birth of his children, could not betray this child's expectations. As a result, Hawker's Fawn, who read the mood, hits Vale from behind and knocks her out while pretending to be hit herself. Everything worked out somehow in the end. This kind of exchange goes on. Section. But what exactly should I make them study? I just had to think about this now when we're in the situation already. Gathering the best teens from each race was a good start, but I don't know how to proceed from there. We initially invited the young, arrogant demons to show them that there's another realm beyond what they know. That goal has already been met. Thanks to Vale and Hawker's Fawn. What should we teach them next? Besides, when you say farm, it's primarily just working in the fields or hunting. I think those who will be the nation's pillars need to learn something more appropriate. What should I do? I cross my arms and think. The conclusion I came up with was section. Ding dong, dang dong. I imitate the sound of a school bell since we don't have one. Let's begin today's lesson, says Sensei. In front of him sit the human, demon, and mermaid students at their desks. When I said Sensei, I meant our one and only Sensei. The lifeless king. He's the king of the dead and the strongest undead. The one who is feared as one of the world's two greatest calamities is standing on a podium. Starting today, I'm going to be teaching you. Lord Saint and the others refer to me by Sensei, and you are free to do the same. I don't remember my real name. It has been ages since I used to be a living being. Chatter, chatter, chatter. How awfully noisy. It's from the students chattering teeth in fear of Sensei's miasma. They're all on the verge of going insane with fear. I don't think we can continue the class like this. I suddenly thought of a good idea. If there's one candidate who's best at teaching people, It's sensei. He's an undead who has lived for thousands of years. So he's like a walking encyclopedia. And as the king of the dead, he's a magic expert. Not only does he know the magic of the human race, which is where he once belonged, but he also knows the magic of other races. There is no more worthwhile lesson to be had from the wisest man, the lifeless king, than this. And so, I set things up to think they were at their limits just trying to keep themselves sane in front of sensei. We farm residents didn't think it'd pose a problem because we were already so used to being around sensei. If anything, his gentle, grandpa-like vibe relaxes us. You're not considering the general people's impressions. Then again, you're also not aware of how high people think of you, dear. Reproachfully says Platty, now with a big baby belly. Lifeless kings are essentially the highest form of undead. The concentration of miasma they innately emit is on an entirely different level. Most adventurers would suffer psychological damage just from making contact with them, but our residents seem fine, though. They're a different case. So not considering the difference in level between us and the general public is what's causing problems. But wait, didn't the first group of mermaid students have his lesson too? A lot of people fainted that time too. Really? I didn't notice. I thought they were listening to his lecture like good students. Don't worry about it, Lord Saint. Sensei steps down the podium. You can't blame the children. I understand that I've lost all ties with the living world the moment I obtained this undead body. Sensei, everyone here is just so warm and kind that I seem to have forgotten that reality. Sensei looks sad. Oh, please wait a minute, Sensei. Please wait a minute, Sensei. Before I could say it out loud, someone else spoke up. We're fine. Please continue your class. It's Rythasius again. I'm sorry. We were just caught by surprise. But we'll get used to it soon. We'll think of this as part of our studies. Nah, I think you're one of the better students here because you can talk coherently while being exposed to sensei's miasma. The other kids are still chattering their teeth and can't utter a single word. You know a lot, right? We really want to take your class. So please don't give up, Sensei. Oh, Sensei is shaking a little. Is he perhaps moved by Rythasius' words? Meanwhile, the other students, who were still paralyzed with fear, silently pressured him not to say anything anymore. Section. Then a few days later. Sensei. Good morning. I look forward to our class today, Sensei. I've done my homework, Sensei. They all got used to it. It was relatively quick, but I guess it's only natural since they're gifted individuals, to begin with. Well, Platty did help them with her potions and such. Oh, you've done well, everyone. Emotionally says Sensei. He must be thrilled that they're willing to take his class. Now, to respond to your enthusiasm, I'll give you the best lesson you've ever had and teach you an extraordinary dark spell that I came up with today. Okay, please stop. Chapter 280. The Ancient Hero. Sensei is fond of teaching people. He even gleefully taught the Demon King and me before. That's why this situation is truly a delightful one for him. Many talented teens are seeking his knowledge. After all, it must be heaven. Whether heaven is a desirable place for the undead is another matter, though. Don't think about anything and just react to what you feel. It's like closing your eyes and honing your other senses. Similarly, detach yourself from your primary senses and be conscious of something else, your sixth sense. Just by following Sensei's advice, the kids who were terrible at magic quickly mastered it. He's so good at teaching people. In the past, many people thought that only members of the Order could use the human's thaumaturgy, but this is not true. The Order just keeps its methodologies to itself. I'll show you how to use it. His thaumaturgy is seen as black magic for it depletes natural mana, but it's all in how you use it. Any power can turn good or bad depending on its user. If cast with the right discernment, the celestial deity's magic can be a protection against irrationalities. He's almost a little too good at teaching. No, I feel like his pupils can become world-class just by learning from him. I just have so much fun teaching, so I tend to go overboard. Don't go overboard, please. After class was over, Sensei came to me. I haven't felt this alive in hundreds of years. Ever since you came, my days have become much more vibrant. Lord Saint. Before I started my farm here, Sensei spent all his time alone in the depths of his gloomy dungeon for hundreds of years. It's not easy to endure such mind-numbing loneliness, even for an undead. What monochromatic days those were. Now that I think about it, it's incomparable to now when every day is changing bewilderingly, happily says Sensei. Well, our primary focus is not on him but on the teens he's teaching, though. We started this study program with the hope that they'd become the future leaders of their nation. But with Sensei's efforts, we're raising even more outstanding students than anticipated. However, there's one student who takes the cake. Look, Sensei. I've mastered the new spell. It's Rythasius. He's already mastered the spell Sensei just taught him. Doesn't he seem a little too gifted for you, Sensei? I ask. Indeed. With his talent, it's almost hard to believe that he was just a feudal lord's chamberlain before he came here. He won the match against Heronjir on day one, and his quick wit in everything he does makes you wonder if he's the protagonist of this story. Alas, he was born in an ordinary rural village, so he doesn't seem to have any prestigious lineage. Maybe he's a genuine prodigy mutant. He's probably a hero, says Sensei. Hero? Aren't heroes here people summoned from another world? In that sense, I'm a hero, too. Or maybe he has a dramatic backstory, summoned when he was a baby and grew up having no recollection of it? No, not that. No, I don't know where to start. But this world used to have a different kind of hero thousands of years ago. A different kind? Different from those summoned from other worlds. Long ago, the gods descended to the mortal realm as they pleased and made love to the opposite sex. Their children then became half human, half god. What's this out of the blue? Oh, but why do I feel like I've heard this story before? They were called demigods, who naturally had powers beyond human comprehension and thus were considered heroes. Still, the gods' affairs never stopped, and the number of demigods grew to the point where they were all over the place. Deities really are scum. In the end, all the demigods were welcomed into the realm of their divine parent as they could upset the balance of the world. Since then, it was agreed that the gods should not casually descend to the mortal realm and mingle with them. Why are you talking about this now? Just stay with me for a little more. You know those demigods grow up, get married, and have children? The first generation of demigods may have left for the divine realm. Still, their grandchild or great-grandchild born from other demigods remained on Earth without being qualified to be welcomed into their realm because they've more or less lost their divinity. However, if they have even a small amount of divine blood mixed in, they're still far more powerful than an ordinary person. Such beings blossomed their talents and became remarkable people on the battlefield, and such people were called heroes. So a hero's definition is different now than in the past? Indeed. Though, the inherited divine blood weakened with each passing generation until it ultimately vanished. Thus, they resorted to summoning heroes from another world instead. The heroes summoned from other worlds acted as a substitute for those who inherited the divine bloodline. Hence, they're both called heroes. But to distinguish between the two, maybe we should call the first ever heroes as ancient heroes. Ancient heroes. And Rythasius is an ancient hero. Huh? That's what this leads to? But wait a minute. To summarize Sensei's story, ancient heroes are extinct, right? Shouldn't the divine bloodline that makes heroes have weakened over time till it's nothing? Atavism is what makes this possible. Rythasius must have gotten his exceptional talent through this modification. But what makes you so sure? Do you not feel the hint of solemnity that emanates from him? Lord Saint? Come to think of it, Rythasius does emit a kind of aura, but I feel like I've felt this before. Deja vu. Saint, I'd like to brew another kind of alcohol. It's called spiritus. Approaches Bacchus, the demigod. It's him. It struck me as somewhat familiar because it was similar to this guy's aura. Oh yeah, the first time I heard about demigods was when he showed up. The fact that he emits an aura similar to the demigod Bacchus is proof that he is an atavistic ancient hero. Bacchus, who joined the conversation halfway without knowing the full context, briskly walks up to Rythasius and asks, "You a relative?" Pardon? I'm not surprised he reacted like that if he's called a relative by someone who is 1 foot deep in the myths. Of all my students, Rythasius is particularly promising. We must educate and guide him well. It's scary because he's already gifted enough to decide this world's fate. Rythasius, can you be the standard bearer at the new era? Unacceptable. Ah, what the heck? There's a pouting demoness behind us. It's Erengier. Were you listening? To think that he's a being above us. Our demon supremacy will crumble. No, if we mess up, it could even spark a rebellion. To her, who can never let go of her demon pride, Rythasius' existence is inexcusable. If I don't get rid of him, the demon race's future will be bleak. I will make way for our race's glory with my own hands. I can tell this is going to be a bother in ways more than one. Chapter 281 Friendship Plan. We need to get Rythasius and Erengier to get along better. Though only one of them hates the other, Erengier is a prideful demoness. She never doubts that her race is the best. That's why she can't forgive Rythasius, who's like the personification of genius to her. The situation's still pretty stable right now, but her hatred will eventually reach a critical point and explode. If that happens, this project to train the youth from the 3 main races will surely fail. We need to do something somehow. What to do? I ask my wife, Platty, who's close by. She's also worried about the tension between the 2 of them and shares her idea with me. Why don't you make them participate in a match? The shown trope of 2 people becoming buddies after a one-on-one fight? Platty's muscle brain side sure shows itself from time to time. But they already did that on the first day. Yeah, and they still haven't gotten along at all. How about we make them fight not as enemies but as allies? As allies? The buddy law. Giving them the same hardship and having them work together to overcome it. That way, friendship will blossom between them. It might be worth a try. Let's do that. So, what kind of mission should we give them? How about throwing them into a dungeon? Seems pretty appropriate to me. We could just make them get out of it like normal or set some kind of quest. The more difficult it is, the deeper their bond will be. Those are my personal thoughts. Alrighty. Let's throw the 2 of them into a dungeon right away. Will it be Sensei's or Vale's dungeon? We need to find them first. I wonder where they are. Just as I was about to start looking for them, I heard a scream. An ear-piercing maiden scream. Huh? What's going on? I rushed toward the direction of the scream and find Rythasius and Erengier together. What are they doing? Has Erengier already put into action her plan to obliterate Rythasius? Or so I thought. Erengier is on top of Rythasius, who was knocked down, and steals a kiss. MMMMBPHHHH. Distressingly groans Rythasius when their lips part. Lord Saint, help me. MMBPH. He got kissed again. Is he the one who screamed like a maiden earlier? MMMMMMMMMMMBH. MMMMMMMMMBH. Even if you groan for help like that. Okay, so, Rythasius is being assaulted by Erengier. I had always feared this possibility, but what's actually happening is slightly different from what I anticipated. I wasn't expecting it to be a sexual form of assault. Moreover, isn't the victim and the assaulter the opposite of the standard? A girl is attacking a boy. I guess that's not particularly strange nowadays. Anyway, I can't leave this situation be. Hey, mwah, smooch. Hey, Erengier, huh? After calling out to her loudly, Erengier finally got herself together. She was in a different world until earlier. Huh? What? Lord Saint? Why are you here? That's my line. What are you doing in broad daylight? You're corrupting this farm's public morals. You've got it all wrong, Lord Saint. I was attacking Rythasius. What difference does it make? No, it was meant to take this cheeky human's life away. That's what I meant when I attacked him. You're just making it worse. And why are you so peachy? You're really asking that to a young lady? You're so shameless, Lord Saint. Huh? That makes no sense. Anyway, you. Yes? Erengier directs her vague passions at Rythasius once again. Surely, you're willing to take responsibility for humiliating me, right? If anything, I feel like I've been humiliated. The trivial stuff doesn't matter. I've never seen such irrationality be overlooked in my entire life. Now that it's come to this, you'll have to marry me in the future. Then, I'll reign the human race's heroes. And so, before I knew what was going on, Rythasius and Eryngia started dating. Section. Do you love me, darling? Do you? Yes. I love you. I love you too. Then, they started flirting with no regard for their surroundings. As expected, many of the people around them were taken aback by the bizarre scene. That demoness, didn't she hate Rythasius to his very core? You're too naive. That's what people call it, dear. That? But to be able to boldly flip her side to a D1. She's not to be messed with. Even their classmates gasped. Eryngia's explanation? This, you're also naive. Can't you see that this is a cleverly timed move on my part? And which part exactly? Rythasius is the greatest hero of the human race. You should be impressed by my determination to use a woman's charm to win him over. This way, Rythasius won't be able to act hostile toward the demon race because he loves me, and my value will also increase in the army for having a hero as a husband. Husband? Rythasius was dumbfounded by how fast things escalated. He's trapped. Hey, darling, how many children do you want? Isn't it a bit early to be asking that? I want to have about 20. That's a lot. HRM. Well, Rythasius is pretty darn brilliant and wise, so having a troublesome wife like Eryngia should balance things out in his life. But just as I was thinking that, he kissed Eryngia. All right, let's make 20 and be the happiest family in the world. Anne, you're so dreamy, dear. He gives into reality by enjoying the current situation to the fullest. He has won the game of life. Truly a brilliant decision by the witty Rythasius. And so, a sweet and soppy couple was born. The plan to throw them in the dungeon to increase their bond just before this event was, of course, abandoned. One of the purposes of this project was to deepen the bond between the various races, anyway. But while the birth of the couple fulfilled that purpose, it has gone beyond my expectations. Is this what youth is like nowadays? They sure are full of energy. Chapter 282 The Mushrooms Return. Now that Rythasius and Eryngia have started dating, the interaction between the students has stabilized even more. I mean, their conflict was the most problematic of all. Point is, I'm relieved to know that things are back on track again. So I decided to start working on something else after a long while. A farm's primary purpose is to grow crops. Now, it's time to get back to that duty. To tell you the truth, there's something I've been wanting to grow for a long time, and it's mushrooms. No, it's not what you're thinking. One of the new characters is named Eryngia, but it's not like we're playing an association game that goes Eryngia, Eryngia, mushroom. I swear. Anyway, mushrooms. They have established themselves as a kind of foodstuff, so much so that you might wonder why I haven't touched them before. The only explanation I can give is that it's the order of things. Some people don't like their characteristic chewy texture, but I love it. I would love to add them to my cooking repertoire. Of course, there are mushrooms in this world as well. You can find them growing in forests, but I've never picked and eaten them because I'm afraid they might be poisonous. In my world, I often hear in the news about amateurs getting poisoned by the mushrooms they gathered. This fear is so ingrained in me that I never dared to pick mushrooms even when I saw them here, and I've strictly ordered our residents not to pick them either. After all, they're otherworldly mushrooms, so any knowledge from my world probably won't apply. I have no idea how to tell which ones are poisonous or not. It's not like we can risk going through trial and error to find out. Anyway, I had high hopes when the elves, masters of the forests, joined, thinking they'd be able to recognize poisonous mushrooms at a glance. But, we absolutely hate mushrooms. I can't believe you eat them, they said. The wrinkles under their caps are disgusting. The spores stick on my hands. They're so moist, smelly, obscene, and so on. Rather than being knowledgeable about mushrooms, they, as a race, hate them. Perhaps the memory of their ancestors who were exposed to poisonous mushrooms caused them to instinctively avoid them. That's why mushrooms have never been introduced to my farm until now. This time, I'm finally going to try to get some. The mushrooms we collected are poisonous. Probably. So, the only way to solve this problem is to grow our own mushrooms, which I know aren't poisonous. How am I going to tell the difference? you ask? With the help of the Hand of Supremacy? Of course. I feel like it's been quite some time since I last used my ability. Just as I can make various vegetables sprout by simply touching the soil, I'll try growing popular mushrooms that were eaten in my world, such as shiitake, shimchi, enoki, and namiko. Section. Now, time to grow some mushrooms. I've seen how to grow them on TV or something. They grow on trees, if I recall. You cut down a tree, turn it into a log of appropriate length, and plant the fungus there. According to what I saw, they drill a hole in the tree and then hammer something like a wooden nail filled with fungus. Then, the mushrooms would grow out of it. I will follow that same method but not go into more detail since the process is pretty straightforward, and it's done. All that's left is to wait for the mushroom to grow while keeping an eye on the humidity and atmospheric temperature. Other crops grow quickly thanks to the hyperfish fertilizer Platty makes, but that can't penetrate into the wood. I'll just have to wait and see how it grows. It's essential to take things leisurely sometimes. I put the fungus-filled log in a safe spot and let time pass. When will it grow, I wonder? Next year? I was thrilled by the feeling that I was farming normally. And then, section. A few days later, the mushrooms started to grow. In just a few days? That was fast. I can't use hyper-fertilizer, so I had to wait for it to grow at a normal pace. But for results to show this quickly is just strange. Did I exercise some kind of otherworldly effect again unknowingly? What do you think? Looking at this outcome, carefully observing the mushroom that has grown, I realize that this is an otherworldly abnormality. The mushroom is insanely huge. It's not like it's a big dick or some other crude metaphor. It's as big as I am tall. A giant mushroom. There's no way this has nothing to do with otherworldly fantasy. Why did it grow like this? I'm sure I planted a normal mushroom fungus on the log with the Hand of Supremacy. I tried the standard shiitake mushroom, for starters, but this giant mushroom that grew in just a few days is, in no way, a shiitake. What should I do? Should I just burn the entire log? Please wait a minute, huh? What was that voice? I heard a voice from out of nowhere. I've never heard this feminine, calm, and seductive voice before. Then, something strange happens before me. Something appears on the giant mushroom stalk. Are those eyes? Hello there. So, you're the one who spoke. I hesitantly punched the giant mushroom. Oh, stop it. Don't hit me, or my spores will scatter around. I'm saving them on a good day. I knew it. This isn't a shiitake mushroom. It's an otherworldly fantasy mushroom. What are you and where did you come from? Asking the obvious. Huh? I came from the log you prepared. Where else? Well, that I can see. Before that, I was floating in the air as a microscopic spore. I am ubiquitous in this world. Stop saying things that make me hesitate with every breath I take. You make me want an air purifier. The reason I was able to be reborn to a visible size again is the vessel you prepared, Lord Saint. I am eternally grateful. Vessel? You mean the log you grew from? I didn't prepare it for you, though. Was the shiitake mushroom that was supposed to grow destroyed by this giant alien mushroom in its filament stage? If so, I'm a little unamused because it ruined my excitement. So, what in the world are you? Since it's capable of speech, I asked it again. I'll incinerate it after I find out exactly what it is. Well, that's just cold of you. You and I have met before. I don't know any talking mushrooms, though. I had not yet acquired the ability to speak at the time, but we did meet on that mountain top where the falling crimson leaves were dancing. Chapter 283 An Immortal Mycelium. Don't you remember? I was born in that dragon's labyrinth. You mean Vale's mountain dungeon? You were a monster born there? That's where I was defeated by your brutal wolves and orcs. Ah. I'm starting to remember something. Was it when Vale remodeled her dungeon and we all went to see how it looked? If I recall, the modified dungeon was divided into spring, summer, fall, and winter areas, and each of them had their own unique monsters that attacked us. I think there was a mushroom-shaped monster in one of those areas. In the autumn area, was it? Are you the mushroom from that time? You finally remembered. That's right. And my name is... It pauses for a moment. And Matango. I don't care about that. It's been so long that I've forgotten all about it. Why bother showing up now? But I've been here all along. Wah, you even brought my body back here. Oh yeah, we once brought back and examined the remains of the mushroom monsters we killed in the autumn area, thinking they were edible. However, we ended up disposing them because they looked unappetizing and unhealthy. But I wasn't destroyed. I am each and every one of the mycelia that make up this body you see now. The spores from the previous body you brought back scattered through the air, so I continued to exist. Ever since the time we conquered the remodeled dungeon, I want to disinfect my house right this instant. Don't worry, they're not harmful to the human body. Are you sure about that? Besides, I have a different goal in mind. Goal? And what's that? Does that have something to do with the fact that you're visible now? I was humiliated. You judged and branded me as useless. The dogs and tortoises were useful in their own way, but not me. How infuriating. But it's not like you're edible, nor we can process any part of you into tools. The tortoise shell was helpful as a shield, but how am I supposed to use a mushroom stalk? That's why I waited for my chance. I repeatedly split and evolved while drifting through the air as a spore. Were mushrooms always like that? Wait. No, let's just dismiss this as another fantasy event. I also acquired the ability to talk through my evolution. This time, I will be of use to you. Why are you so devoted? The giant mushroom is in high spirits. On the other hand, I'm in low spirits because my excitement for shiitake mushrooms is ruined. I'm just passively listening to whatever the giant mushroom is saying and still dead set on burning it later. Though I guess I can amuse it a little longer. So, what can you do now? You said you've evolved, right? Besides being able to talk, do you have any other new abilities? I'm glad you asked. Look at this. The giant mushroom suddenly starts gathering its strength. Then, as if in response to the giant mushroom's exertion, something happened. On the log, something white started to grow here and there, with brown caps opening, forming the shape of a mushroom. Their shape. Their cap's color. Sure, they're mushrooms, but these ones are definitely shiitakes. Apart from the giant mushroom, more mushrooms are growing from the log. Isn't this the kind of mushroom you're looking for? Yes, it is. But why? How? I thought they lost in the natural selection process. Thanks to you, the mycelium you planted is not dead. It's fused with me. Fusion. I can remember the fused mycelia and reproduce them at any time. And this is what grew. If I'm not dreaming, this is amazing. The speed at which the shiitake mushrooms grew is nowhere near comparable to its regular rate. It was as if I watched a time-lapse video. If we can produce shiitake mushrooms this fast, it would be a huge help. Still, come on, give it a try. It tastes just as good as it looks. I pick one of the shiitakes straight from the log as per the giant mushroom's urging. Their dark caps make them look appetizing. But I look up at the blue sky. It's a beautiful day. Then, I saw a black dot, a crow. Spiteful vermin that snatch away our crops every single day. Hey, crow, come here. I say, holding up the shiitake. I got some food for you. It might be poisonous, though. Lord Saint, our poison taster gobbles up the mushroom and flies away in high spirits. At least its effect isn't immediate. There's no poison in it. I evolved for you, so please have some faith in me. Weeps the mushroom. But aren't these originally part of your body? I feel like I need to muster the courage to even take a bite. I'm scared of being poisoned by wild mushrooms, so I decided to cultivate them myself. But if I also get afraid of being poisoned by the cultivated mushrooms, what's the point? Please, the giant mushroom is asking me so sincerely that I'd feel like a savage if I refused. I gave into the pressure. Well, I guess its cells will die if I cook this. First, I'm going to wash them with water, though I don't have to worry about pests because they were freshly picked right after they grew. I built a fire nearby and slowly roasted a shiitake mushroom on a skewer until all the giant mushroom's cells were burned to death. Aren't you roasting it too much? It's getting burnt. A little more. I need to be as sure can be. Okay, it's completely charred. All its cells should be dead now. Bon appetit. The outside is burnt and crispy, but the inside is hot. The inside is pretty chewy, exactly like a shiitake mushroom. I drizzle a little soy sauce on the cap. This is delicious. Yay! All my hard work has finally paid off. I, who was able to eat shiitake, and the giant mushroom, who saw me eat it, are equally pleased. Chapter 284 Destruction Angel's Rumor. I gradually hit it off with the giant mushroom. Wait, I think their name was Matt and Go, right? So, you can recreate anything once the mycelium's fused with you? Yes. And at a super fast speed. Leave the rest to me. I activated the Hand of Supremacy to test things out and grew different kinds of mushrooms. Oh, here they come. Matt and Go seemed to sense the presence of various mycelium even before they grew into mushrooms. Then, they identified and remembered all of them. Soon after, various mushrooms grow from the log: Banashimchi, Erangi, Mayatake, Namiko, Mukatake, Inokatake, and Matsutake. Huh? Matsutake too? They're popping one after the other. Oh, they keep growing no matter how much I pick. An endless mushroom harvest. There's more where that came through. A mushroom festival is going on. Come to think of it, we can't eat all of these mushrooms at once. What am I supposed to do with this many of them? I can dry the shiitakes, but what about the rest? Do we have to eat them all by today? Guess I'll make everyone try it. I came to the obvious conclusion. Section: what dishes have mushrooms in them? I don't think many dishes use them as an ingredient. It's not that a dish is incomplete without mushrooms, but I'm sure they would add a unique flavor to it. The safest way is to use them in soup or tempura. Almost anything can go in a soup. Similarly, anything tastes great when made into tempura. I can also stir fry or put them in a hot pot. There's something hearty about a mushroom-only soup or hot pot. Taste is present. And as always, Platty and Vale show up even before I start cooking. You're cooking something, dear? It's not even time for dinner yet. Oh, I know. It's times like these when Master cooks a new dish. I also know you two will show up even if I don't call you. I've already prepared the cooked ones for you to taste. There's Mayatake and Banashimchi mushroom tempura. What? Tempura again? What's new about that? We just had them the other day. Nonetheless, they knew that tempura was delicious, so they didn't hesitate to eat it. What is this chewing? It's a texture that's neither meat nor vegetable. What is this? They make such good reactions. They can be trusted to do food reviews for a show. And as the usual pattern goes, Okubo and the others would gather around, lured by their voices. Oh, what's this? Where the madams make merry, there is my lord's new dish. Soup, tempura, and stir-fry. They look similar, but is it the ingredients that are new? It's the same old thing. So everyone nonchalantly takes a piece. Mushroom tempura, miso soup with as many mushrooms as ramen noodles, butter sautéed of various mushrooms, mushroom hot pot, and so on. Oh, this is a fresh texture. It is such a unique mouthfeel to it. So juicy, soaked in the broth or sauce. The crunchiness of the tempura coating goes perfectly. Even they've gotten better at giving food reviews. My lord, what's this completely new ingredient? Mushrooms! Exclamation mark. Question mark. Question mark. Huh? Why the sudden silence? Mushrooms? Mushrooms, as in, what's wrong, guys? Your faces are all pale. I'm going to die. I ate a mushroom. I ate a mushroom. I'm going to die from the poison. Oh, I warned everyone not to carelessly eat wild mushrooms so as not to get poisoned to them. All mushrooms are poisonous. They didn't know that, so they thought they were going to die just from eating it. Are you planning a mass poisoning, Lord Saint? No, I'm not. Don't tell me. You're going to poison everyone to abruptly end this farm once and for all? No, no such cruel thing. This farm will go on forever. I had a hard time explaining that some mushrooms aren't poisonous and that the mushrooms I cooked were personally grown and thus are safe. So these mushrooms are safe? Huh? I'll have another. Then, as soon as they understood that, they started eating more mushrooms without any worries. Ha ha ha. Lord Saint, Matt and Go? Why and how is this giant, supposedly immovable mushroom here in the kitchen? Never underestimate my evolution. It's got legs. From its stem's hard tip, I think I've proven myself useful enough. Yeah, I have to admit, you're the best. We high-five each other in recognition. Wait, high-five? You grew arms too, mushroom? Thus, thanks to the giant mushroom Matango, our farm no longer needs to worry about needing edible mushrooms of any kind at any time. Section. Still, I suddenly wonder, why are you trying so hard to be useful to me? It seems a bit of a bizarre dedication to me. It's not like it's returning the favor or something, right? It's because I wanted you to recognize me. And what are you going to do with my recognition? I have an opponent that I would like to defeat after gaining your approval. I want to use my power to defeat my sworn enemy fighting for the forest's top. Sworn enemy? Where did this disturbing story come from all of a sudden? You're fighting someone? Yes. I have to settle the score with them. We're destined to fight. As long as I'm a mushroom, I can't approve of myself unless I fight them. You're getting all worked up again. Who exactly are you fighting? Yes. Their name is Bamboo Shoot Fiend Takenakon. Chapter 285 Mushroom Bamboo Shoot War. We headed to the mountain dungeon. Matango, the giant mushroom, has an enemy to face. I'm just tagging along out of mere curiosity. Matango, despite being a gigantic mushroom, was able to grow legs and can walk. We're here. A small but thick bamboo grove in the mountain dungeon's spring area. Here, we get our bamboo to process into various tools, as well as delicious bamboo shoots. The fact that we're here means come out. Takenakon, shouts Matango. This mushroom has come to fight you. Show yourself. Then, in response to his call, something started rumbling from the ground, ripping through the soil and scattered leaves. What came out of it was, without a doubt, a bamboo shoot. I secretly think to myself, we can't eat that anymore now that it has grown above the ground. You've got guts to personally come and get defeated by me, says the bamboo shoot. I'm not surprised this time around, as I've had a previous encounter with a talking mushroom. The bamboo shoot is as huge as Matango but 10 times larger than a normal bamboo shoot. People may think I might as well call it a normal bamboo, but with its pointed tip and skin wrapped around it, it's really just a giant bamboo shoot. Seeing as it's still a baby bamboo, it makes me think of a child in an adult's body. Wah, did it read my thoughts and start making a blatant impersonation of a baby? So what are you here for this time? And it immediately switched attitudes. Matango responds bravely. Oh, of course you know that. We must settle our long-standing feud as mushroom and bamboo shoot. How ridiculous. If it's settling scores you're talking about, that's long over. We bamboo shoots are superior to you mushrooms. What are you two talking about? I know I just tagged along, but I still don't understand what's going on. We've been fighting from time immemorial, says Matango, the giant mushroom, to determine who will stand at the summit. I'm the guardian of this mountain, though, says Vale, who also tagged along just for the heck of it. She must be bored. Well, she is the guardian of this mountain dungeon, but gahahaha. You're a fool, Matango. It is illogical for a mushroom to defeat a bamboo shoot. I am the leader of this mountain. No bamboo shoot is better than a mushroom. I will destroy you today and gain control over this mountain. Like I said, I'm the guardian of this mountain dungeon. Neither of them is even listening to Vale. Master, can I burn them all at once? Let's keep watching what happens. Besides, isn't it your fault that the local monsters have started some kind of battle royale because you've been staying too long at the farm, neglecting your dungeon's management? The mushroom monster, Matango, and the bamboo shoot fiend, Takenakon. Is this really the fight for the summit? The giant bamboo shoot laughs boldly. Foolish mushroom. It's already been established that we bamboo shoots reign superior. Isn't that right? Lord Saint? Huh? Me? Lord Saint often comes to our grove to dig us bamboo shoots. This is proof that he honors us. Oh, it's true that I often come here to get bamboo shoots. The farm residents love bamboo shoot rice and bamboo shoot tempura. After all, I'd like to try making menma soon. Lord Saint, the almighty ruler of this mountain, has deemed us bamboo shoots as the rightful top crop. You mushrooms are below that. I look at Matango, Don't tell me this is the reason you desperately wanted my recognition? Yes, that's right. So I can compete with Takenakon. To be a mountain crop deemed delicious by the almighty Lord Saint is like no other. The mushrooms have been neglected as a food source for a long time and have been at a disadvantage in the battle against bamboo shoots. But today, Lord Saint has finally acknowledged that we mushrooms are delicious. Now is our time to deal the crushing blow on the conceited bamboo shoots. Agitatedly says the mushroom. I don't want him to go on a rampage because his spores might scatter. As for me, you're both delicious, so can't you two get along? I say, no. This is the only time they're on the same wavelength. We must have this showdown. Mushrooms and bamboo shoots can't look at the same sky. Newer. No such thing. Just because you've been approved by Lord Saint doesn't mean that you mushrooms are now equal to us bamboo shoots. Say what? Don't you know? It's not only Lord Saint who approves of our delectability, but also the gods. Gods too? Yeah. And as long as this gap exists, you mushrooms will never exceed us bamboo shoots. Well, I guess something like that did happen. I served bamboo shoot rice to Hades, and he deemed it as the food of the gods before. All right. I decided to go back to the farm section. Ingredients needed: various mushrooms, rice, various seasonings, broth. Then, I called Sensei the lifeless king. I put all the ingredients into the pot and cooked them. After cooking, Sensei, please, you got it. I asked Sensei to summon Hades, the god of the underworld. Oh? What doth he want this time? Mushroom rice. Your mightiness, I say as I offer him the mushroom rice. I now declare mushroom rice to be the food of the gods. What? Screams Takenakon. Now, mushrooms and bamboo shoots are equals. They should get along better now. Chapter 286 The Arbitrator. The battle between the mushroom and the bamboo shoot continues. It's as if to say that fighting is etched in man's history. Not that either side is a human, though. Wahahaha. I've been certified as a food by the gods. This proves that mushrooms are superior to bamboo shoots. Don't be ridiculous. You just fulfilled the requirement to be our equal. We bamboo shoots are still above you. Why must mushrooms and bamboo shoots be destined to fight like this? I'll defeat you. No, I'm the one who's going to defeat you. I will be the master of this dungeon, but that's me. Exhaustedly says Vale. I'm starting to feel sorry for her, so I'll whip her up a treat later. This is becoming a problem, I thought as I watched from the side. The dungeon orchard is set up in Vale's mountain dungeon, so it's more or less a branch of the farm. We don't want to have conflicts here that could negatively impact our farm as a whole. What should we do? Mushrooms and bamboo shoots are both delicious, so this is quite the dilemma. What if we burn them both to nothingness? That way, all this fighting would be over. Vale, don't think of turning them to ashes just because you're sulking. Besides, if we burn them all to ashes, we won't be able to eat them anymore. Okay, I don't want that. What should we do then? Vale and I fold our arms and ponder. Then, light shines from the skies. Huh? What's going on? Clearly a strange phenomenon. Even the mushroom and bamboo shoot bickering with each other took notice of the light and looked at the sky. Whoa. What is this light? They're both confused. Don't tell me they have descended. One of them seems to know what's going on. Stop it. Stop fighting. From the sky, there came an enlightened voice. Conflicts disturb the mountain's peace. As a virtuous creature living here, I cannot overlook this any further. Just who is talking? If Matango is a personified mushroom and Takenakon is a personified bamboo shoot, then they're the personification of cacao. King Kaka. Cacao, it seems. Isn't that what you use to make chocolate? What are you geese supposed to be anyway? I couldn't hold back my questions any longer and asked. I still understand the mushroom since we've encountered it as a monster way before. But when I saw the second one, a bamboo shoot, and the third one, cacao, I couldn't understand anything anymore. What are you guys? Are you some kind of plant monster? We are tree spirits. Tree spirits. The cacao thingy, who seems the calmest, answers. We are a kind of spirit that possesses trees and can move at will, reflecting the nature of the trees we dwell in. The trees you planted for us were some of the most unusual ones we have ever seen, Lord Saint. It was so stimulating that it gave us new potential. Well, I did plant a lot of otherworldly trees in the dungeon orchard. I guess unexpected effects do come when you tamper with nature. The tree spirit who possessed the bamboo shoot gave birth to the bamboo shoot fiend Takenakon, and the one who possessed the cocoa tree is King Kaka, but Matango is originally a mushroom monster, so I guess he doesn't count. And yet, is it the fate of the mushroom to fight with the bamboo shoot? Matango, Takenakon. You must stop disturbing the mountain's peace and stop bothering Lord Saint. In response to the cacao spirit's appeal, shut it. Outsiders should stay out of this. You gotta be aware that no one, whoever they may be, is permitted to disturb the fated fight between a mushroom and a bamboo shoot. How does the calm cacao respond to this harsh rejection? Cacao butter wave. With some kind of special move, it sends both of them flying. You mustn't fight. You mustn't fight. You're the one who solved the problem with brute force, though. Section. I understand. I'm sorry. We'll get along. So please don't cover us in your cocoa butter again. Both sides succumbed to the violence. It turns out the chocolate envoy ended the fight between the mushroom and the bamboo shoot. That should settle the issue, says King Kaka. Seriously? I ask. Lord Saint. Why yes. Now it's talking to me. Is this okay? It won't come at me with another cocoa butter wave, right? We spirits dwell in trees and become spiritually present in the world. After becoming one with it, we spend the rest of our lives as a conscious plant. Something outrageous is thriving in my dungeon orchard. It seems there are already many plant spirits living happily in this mountain. We would like to ask you to acknowledge our existence, Lord Saint. Huh? Are you telling me other trees can talk like you and that bamboo? Yes, like the apple, mandarin orange, and loquat tree spirits, to name a few. Wow, if you leave it to us, we can help you grow the fruit you desire. It's plenty beneficial. Or do you still want to cut us down talking trees because you find us creepy? I see. So that's why the tree spirits are so insistent on seeking my recognition. They fear being destroyed. I am the reason Lord Saint can harvest delicious bamboo shoots at any time. Appeals Takenakon. I keep the bamboo shoots in their optimal condition so you can harvest them in any season of the year. Any time of the day. Oh, true. No matter what time of day I come, I get fresh bamboo shoots. It makes me happy, but I've always found it odd. Was it because of Takenakon too? I want to coexist and co-prosper. I can grow lots of tasty mushrooms too. Even the mushroom is frantically appealing to me now. Okay, then, I leave the fruit's care to you. All right. Joyfully exclaim the mushroom and bamboo shoot, and if you can, please be respectful to Vale here. I'm the guardian of this dungeon. She resentfully says. The mushroom, bamboo shoot, and cacao all bow and say, please look after us. A great dungeon guardian. That's more like it. Thankfully, that's all it took to satisfy her. Thus, the dungeon orchard became more convenient with the spirits possessing each fruit tree to manage its growth, I guess. Chapter 287 Food of Love. Thus, I became acquainted with the tree spirits in the dungeon orchard, and the dispute between the mushroom and the bamboo shoot has also been settled. During the fight, I also became acquainted with King Kaka, a cacao spirit. Today, I'm taking on a new challenge. I'm going to try making chocolate, which is made from cacao. I'm honored to be of service to you right away, Lord Saint. King Kaku is here with me in the house. I thought he'd be fixed in one place, but he's surprisingly mobile. The cacao fruit is also called the cacao pod, you know, as expected of the person himself. He knows a lot about cacao. Cacao seeds are packed inside their coconut-like hard shell, and our cacao tree spirit looks just like a floating cacao pod with eyes and a nose. Apparently, he can separate himself from the tree by imbibing its soul. Then, King Kaka snaps himself open, cacao beans gushing out. Please use these to make chocolate. Oh, okay. I appreciate the convenience. To make chocolate from cacao beans, you must first roast them. Okay, next, they must be crushed into powder. Yes, add the sugar and mix it in while heating it up. Once melted, put it in a mold and chill it until it's ready to serve. The instructions are too fast. Goodness, King Kaka, must you leave nothing else to be desired? Usually, There'd be a lot of trial and error involved in making a new recipe, but there was none at all this time. This is the smoothest one I've had. I guess the best way to prepare food is to ask the ingredient, themselves, after all. Yay, food. And when did Platty get here? She's already eating the chocolate without permission. Bitter. This is a novel dessert. Well, I'm just glad it suits your tastes. But be careful not to overeat. They say caffeine is bad for the pregnant. It's similar to cake or ice cream, but with a hint of bitterness. Almost sophisticated in taste. Huh? I don't see Vale here, do you? She would have zoomed straight here if she sensed something as tasty as this. The thing is, she's still at her dungeon. Shocked that no one there treats her like the guardian, she said she would focus on regaining control of her dungeon to make up for all the time she spent here. There must be a purge initiated by a broken-hearted dragon going on there right now. We can just put some in the fridge for her to eat later. The fact that chocolate can be stored is what makes them superior to other sweets. Lord Saint, let's try to separate the cacao butter from the cacao powder next. Oh, okay. Thanks to King Kaka, everything is proceeding at a brisk pace. Crushed cacao beans are called cacao mass, and when the fat content is separated, it becomes cacao butter, and the remaining is cacao powder. So this is cacao powder, the same powder you use for making hot cocoa. So chocolate and hot cocoa use the same ingredient? If so, I need to try making hot cocoa pronto. I got some milk from Panu's place and warmed it up. Now that it's hot, I'm going to add some cacao powder. This is hot cocoa. Taste test. It's soothing. It's not like tea or coffee, but it's a relaxing drink. What should I do with the remaining cacao butter? You can use it to make chocolate with new cacao beans to make it creamier and softer. Thus, chocolate and hot cocoa were introduced to our farm. It's becoming more and more like paradise. Whoa. Eek. We were both startled when someone suddenly spoke from behind us. It's Erengier, one of the demonesses currently studying at our farm. Please try not to do that again. I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. Me too. I thought the baby was going to come out of my belly, says Platty. Anything but that, please. Sorry, but that thing you have just piqued my curiosity, says Erengier, pointing to the chocolate. Oh, well, she is a girl. It's inevitable that her dessert's radar would set off. I'll give everyone some after dinner, so be patient until then, okay? No, that's not what I meant. No? What then? I need to ask you a favor. That chocolate, huh? A present for me? What did Erengier do with the chocolate, you ask? She gave it to her boyfriend, Rythasius. Don't get the wrong idea. I just happened to learn how to cook from Lord Saint and made too much, so I'm just sharing it with you, she says in a typical tsundere tone, offering the chocolate. I am now witnessing a startling scene. Frankly speaking, it's just someone giving a gift, but the giver is a woman, and the recipient is a man. Gift equals chocolate. The conclusion to be drawn from this pattern is Valentine's. No, wait. This is a different world. What's common sense in my world doesn't necessarily apply here as well. In particular, confectionery companies' marketing scheme to give lovers chocolates on February 14th every year can't have taken root in this world, going beyond spatio-temporal borders. What else could this mean then? Did Erengier, without any prior knowledge, figure out that chocolate is something a woman gives to the man she loves? She terrifies me. It was at this moment that I first felt her exceptional talent. Why, you don't have to take it if you don't want to. Everyone has their own likes and dislikes. It doesn't make me happy if I force someone to eat what they don't like. Anything you give me is delicious. Thank you, Anne. I love you. And then her tsundere mask is taken off. It's homemade food from Erengier. Huh? I wonder what it is. Rythasius, opening the package, is confused. I don't blame him. It's rare for someone to look at chocolate for the first time and say with certainty that it's food. What's wrong? Does it look bad? That's not true. I'll eat it right now. Nevertheless, the power of love encourages the brave Rythasius. He eats the unknown black food with his eyes closed. Crack. It tastes great. And then, he looked radiant from the bottom of his heart. Really? Erengier, too, became radiant. Yeah. It's surprisingly sweet even though it's all black. I can also feel that it's pretty nutritious. One bite of this could probably alleviate my fatigue from the day. Right? I can't believe you made this by hand. Erangier. You're incredible. Handmade. Huh. There's no way for Erangier to make it with my beans, says King Kaka, who's speaking with me. She'd have to be as skilled as you, Lord Saint, to succeed. Then what part of it is handmade? Melting the chocolate you made and pouring it into a mold. That's precisely just like making handmade chocolate for Valentine's Day. But Erangier has good taste since she chose a heart-shaped mold for the chocolate. Yep. You read that right. She gave Rythusius heart-shaped chocolates. Okay, I'll be finishing this. Oh, wait. What? Eat it like this. Erangier then takes the remaining piece of chocolate in her mouth and offers it to Rythusius. Mouth-to-mouth feeding. Too bold. SHH. Keep it down, Lord Saint. They'll see us. Is this what the youth is like nowadays? If you say so. Rythusius bites into the chocolate with a hint of embarrassment. Is this what the youth is like nowadays? Lord Saint, we mustn't peek any further than this. Let's retreat. I was urged by King Kaka to leave the passionate couple. Is this what the youth is like nowadays? Chapter 288 Days of Yore. Mushroom planting. Matango encounter. Mushroom bamboo shoot war. Chocolate making with King Kaka. After this hectic series of events, things calmed down. Now, we're back to focusing on the students, the freshest of the gang at the moment. In addition to the demon and human teens gathered for the study program, there are also mermaid students from the Mermaid Witch Academia Farm Branch School. They must have gotten used to farm life while I was busy entertaining a mushroom, bamboo shoot, and cacao. Let's take a peek at their daily lives, hoping they'll reveal their own quirks. Section. First, we'll start with the demon teens. Hey, you guys, take care of your clothes. How rare to see Betami angry. She's shouting at the other demons. What did they do to deserve this? Didn't I tell you to put your dirty clothes in the basket? Sort them by quality. If you wash them in the wrong way, you'll ruin them. Betami, our farm's seamstress, has her own fixated views on laundry. A single wash can damage the fabric, discolor, or ruin the garment's quality right after it is sewn. And this is an intolerable thing for her. But for teenagers, such refined fastidiousness is beyond their understanding. Yug, but it's too much trouble to fold clothes every single time. Why don't you take care of them yourself? Isn't that why you're here? Her opponents are the troublemakers who still haven't lost their cheekiness, assuming a mocking attitude toward Betami. Besides, do you really think you have the right to talk us me like that? We're young and promising members of the Demon King's army, despite appearances. Elite candidates. A random laundry woman like you can't be equals with us. They seem to think that Betami is just a housekeeper. I don't blame them for misunderstanding things. She sews and washes the clothes for us. But still, we're going to be promoted to higher positions. Maybe even become a Heavenly One's aide. That's why we can't waste even a single second. A housekeeper like you should take care of all the trivial stuff. Well, that's just harsh. But I thought this karma was needed, so I kept watching. Betami's hatred for the naive words and actions of these young demons is steadily rising. Why don't you just throw away dirty clothes? Washing them over and over is only something the poor would do. Snap. I heard something snapping. Don't test my patience. You cursed brats. In the blink of an eye, Betami sends the cocky teen spinning in the air several times. This is the first time I've ever seen her lose her temper, but I guess she'd get triggered whenever clothes are involved. Betami's strong after all, I say to myself. Before she came here and fulfilled her dream of becoming a seamstress, she used to be a Heavenly One's aide. It's no surprise that she would belong to the strongest rank of their army. Knocking over a couple of half-baked teens is an easy feat for her to achieve. Lord Saint, she caught me peeking at the scene and was coming toward me, beat-up teens in tow. These brats need a more fundamental education. Please let me train them to become fine adults. Sorry about that. Thus, the demon students were sent under Betami's guidance. I do hope they learn good manners this time. According to what I heard later, Betami is considered a legend in the Demon King's army. When the demons heard her name, They all trembled. Why is Beta-me the demon dog here? We really can't underestimate anyone on this farm. Please treat everyone with respect, no matter who they may be. Section. Our next story is about Sensei the Lifeless King's class. Now, you mustn't bring out anything unrelated to the class, he says, warning a human student who puts something like a portrait on her desk. I am sorry. Whose portrait is that? He seems quite a fine young man. Why yes, he is the person I admire the most. I thought that if I studied while looking at him, I would be able to work even harder. Ah, is that Saint Tomac-Moore's portrait? Asks the classmate beside her. Tomac-Moore who? I couldn't help but interrupt the class. He's a legend in the human kingdom for hundreds of years now. Ah, so a historical figure. According to legend, he was a high-ranking priest who questioned the selfish nature of the order and was ultimately excommunicated for his incessant criticism. His rebellious and virtuous way of life was passed down to future generations and captured public interest. Well, he was more so unconventionally popular, though. The order that morally ruled the nation didn't acknowledge Saint Tomac-Moore's defiance, says the human student who seems knowledgeable on the matter. Back when the order was in power, if they said something didn't exist, it will cease to. But among the dissatisfied people, Saint Tomac-Moore continued to exist in their hearts. And now that the human kingdom has been destroyed by the demons, Saint Tomac-Moore's existence has been publicly acknowledged. In fact, he is rapidly gaining popularity as an uncompromising warrior who rebelled against the corrupt power. I see. He seems to have a lot of backbone. Sensei, you're undead, so you've been around for a long time, haven't you? Maybe you've even met Saint Tomac-Moore. If so, that would be wonderful. It'd be like hearing live history. The teenagers' faces light up with anticipation. I'm sorry, but I've been holed up in my dungeon most of my time since I became immortal, so I'm not that familiar with the history of the human kingdom. Or too bad. Do you have any other anecdotes of him, by any chance? Even then, the kind sensei tries to remember anything he can to meet his students' expectations. The order took the initiative in erasing any mention of him before his death, so we really don't know much about him. I see, but there is one thing that is clearly known. His last days wrapped in mystery. His last days? Apparently, his end was not death by disease or accident, but something more bizarre. Once, he was possessed by a cursed sword. Consumed by its curse, Tomac-Moore became mentally ill and disappeared somewhere with the sword, never to be seen again. This was the only episode the Order talked about, saying that being affected by the curse was proof that Saint Tomac-Moore wasn't a real priest. On the other hand, there is a theory that the Order was so annoyed with him that they sent a cursed sword to get rid of him. Sensei and I look at each other. It seems we both feel the intense familiarity of the story. That's me, isn't it? Huh? Yeah, I thought so too. Sensei's soul was taken over by the wicked holy sword Dreas Warts, came to this desolate place, and became undead, right? I think a portion of my memories is coming back to me now. Yes, my name is Tomac-Moore. It's been thousands of years since I remembered. Sensei has been undead for so long that he has forgotten who he was when he was alive. Now, he regained a little bit of that memory. What? You're Saint Tomac-Moore, Sensei? I never thought I'd see the anti-order founder in person. Sensei's garnering even more respect from the students now, especially from the humans. Incidentally, the Saint Tomac-Moore depicted in the portrait that started this topic looks nothing like Sensei himself. This is partly due to his undead state, of course, but also because he looks like a completely different person during his mortal days. I know this because I've seen his original self when we were in the bathhouse before. Though I guess most portraits of historical figures are like that. Chapter 289 Account of the Pilgrimage Finale. The Decisive Battle. It's me again, Hakai the Orc. I have traveled to various places to accompany Prince Raana on his pilgrimage. Looking back on it now, it all comes back to me vividly. Worthless memories, that is. We were on the verge of death countless times, after all. But now, such a journey is coming to a close. We are standing on the final stage. If we make it through, this pilgrimage will be over. Prince Raana said that we would go home full of pride. Thus, We challenge the final stage of our journey, a battle against the Geyser Dragon. The Emperor Dragon. Section. We're here at the Dragon Emperor's castle, home of the Geyser Dragon. It exists on an island far from humans and is surrounded by dangerous waters that even mermaids stay away from. The Geyser Dragon that lives in such an isolated world is the Dragon Archon, standing at the top of the strongest race of dragons. He's been mentioned several times before, giving off an intimidating image, but he's finally here before our very eyes. The first to make a move is Lord Ardheg, our dragon companion. He reverted to his dragon form and tackled his father, the Geyser Dragon. I'll never forgive you. Everything you told us was a lie. He's enraged. As you can see, you said you'd determine the successor when in reality, it was all an evil plan to seize power from your children to remain at the top. I misjudged you. You are neither king nor a hero. Geyser Dragon, the Dragon Archon, has been absorbing power from his children to compensate for his aging body. The trials were just a ploy, a groundwork for a curse that would make it easier for him to rob them of their power. When Lord Ardheg learned the truth, he was furious. I won't let you take away my power and wisdom. I will resist with all my might. Foolish child, do you think a glint's dragon like you can rival the Dragon Archon? The Geyser Dragon is bigger and more ominous than any dragon I've ever seen. His wings are incredibly enormous, and when spread out, they could cover an area 10 times larger than his body. The King of Dragons is the king of the world, and everything will be as he pleases. You puny little dragons should be happy to be my sustenance. Be obedient and offer your wisdom and power to me. An eerie glow emanates from the Geyser Dragon and heads toward Lord Ardheg. Just as the light was about to envelop him, it was repelled and dissipated into the air. What? The counter curse worked. A contract means nothing if you saw through its ulterior motive, replies Lord Ardheg as he unleashes an attack on his father. Take this. Grey breath. Lord Ardheg puffs a large amount of volcanic ash aimed at the Geyser Dragon. The volcanic ash is full of glass shards that would leave hundreds of thousands of micro scars on anyone who gets hit by it. And because they're so tiny, they can enter the body and damage the opponent from the inside. Now, my father flinched. Time for successive attacks. Aye, sir. Next is Son Gokufon's turn. Of course, the gang's here. We won't let our precious companion, Lord Ardheg, become a lesser dragon. Here I come. Excite all the mana drives I have accumulated in this trip. We got all the power-up items Hermes scattered all over the place to help Son Gokufon grow. By activating all of them at once, Son Gokufon can transform into her ultimate form. Son Gokufon is an angel, but her over-the-top wings were removed when she was fixed. They said it would interfere with daily life. However, now that she's in her final form, her large wings are again on her back. Final angel attack. Her spread-out wings wrap her up, swirling like a whirlpool, then sharpening like a drill, with its tip aimed at the Geyser Dragon. The drill cleanly pierces the Geyser Dragon through and through, as expected of our party's ace. Her destructive power is exceptional. Don't underestimate me. I'm the Dragon Archon. I won't die from a wound like this, he says with a hole in his body. Then one more try. It's my turn this time. I am also their traveling companion and have grown in my own way. I have taken a different evolutionary path from leader Orcubo and the others, and now that I am a Flamine Zork, I will demonstrate my power. Saint Orc Fist. My holy attribute Orc attack hit the Geyser Dragon multiple times. You impudent little monster. I guess it wasn't as effective as the first two attacks. It should have had enough power to destroy elder spirits in one blow, though. No, I should let them take the spotlight. Please. Let's go, hun. Prince Raana and Lady Puffer stand side by side. Now's the time to unleash the finishing blow that will bring an end to the fight against the strongest dragon and to this journey itself. Puffer, let's go together. I'll go wherever as long as it's with you. They take each other's hands and point their clasped hands at the Geyser Dragon, who's unable to move from the damage it received from the previous attacks. Truly the perfect opportunity. Prince Raana received Poseidon's blessing during this journey. Lady Puffer also received Medusa's blessing. When a man and a woman with the blessings from these two deities love one another, the blessing's effects are amplified. This strike is the culmination of this pilgrimage. Perish before the power of love, evil Dragon King. The power of the sea and love are imbued in this final attack. Lovey-dovey divine wave. An ocean current of tremendous force appears out of nowhere and lands a direct hit on the Geyser dragon, swallowing his gigantic body whole. Impossibly. I'm the Dragon Archon, the most powerful dragon in the world, but I'm defeated by lowlifes. Swallowed by the ocean current, the Geyser dragon desperately struggles. However, he becomes more and more exhausted and loses energy. Cursed inferior pests and dragons. How could you defeat me? Father, your reign is over, says Lord Ardheg. Still, you refuse to accept that and continue to sit on your throne, even crushing those who came after you. That is your sin. No living creature commits a sin and goes unpunished. Nonsense. You're just a copy of me. Don't be full of yourself. As long as Alexander is here, you can't become Emperor Dragon even if you defeat me. I have no intention of becoming Emperor Dragon. I'm just going to keep watching over this hero and king. After leaving his last words along the lines of, even if I perish, the second and third, the Geyser dragon sinks into the current and disappears. This is it. It's all over. Defeating the strongest dragon is undoubtedly a fitting end to this pilgrimage. Let's go home. Good work, guys. Man, that was a lot. Sis, can I grope your boobies? Here ends Prince Raana's training, Journey to the Land, Chapter 290 Birth and Return. Yup, it's me. Our baby is finally born. Yes. Woohoo. I was so happy that I ran around the farm 3 times, but it was eventually stopped by the orcs. It's a baby boy. Platty sure has done well. Now, this makes us parents. I feel like I've reached a new stage in my life with this precious child, but first, we have to give him a name. After much thought, Saint Caden Jr., a pretty simple name. I don't use this name much myself, so I thought I should just give it to my son. For now, he'll be called Junior, but one day, he'll be Saint Caden. Congratulations, my lord. Many congratulations. Okubo and Gobukachi rushed to me, tears in their eyes. We will give it our all to protect your child. Thank you. You too. I'm more than elated to be able to celebrate the birth of my son with them. The farm has become fresher with the addition of Junior to the large group of young students that recently came. In short, the average age has gone down, but amidst our celebrations, something even better happened. Prince Raana has returned from his pilgrimage. Section. I'm exhausted. Prince Raana returned to the farm through Puffer's magic. How long has it been since I last saw him? It must have been a year or so. After a year of traveling around the world, I could feel that Prince Raana has grown stronger. His looks and the energy he radiates are much different than before he departed. Welcome back, Prince Raana. Long time no see, Lord Saint. I can even feel his strength through our firm handshake. As for his travel companions, Hakai is surrounded by his fellow monsters, whom he had not seen in a long time. I wonder what's this aura I get? He seems different compared to the other orcs. What? He mutated too? A Flamines orc? Then there's Son Goku, who's been here once and is also having a reunion with Hawker's Fon. There's a heavy mood in the air. Welp, now that the trip's over, how about we take up where we left off? Very well. Today is the day I'm going to show you Nato's marvel. Why are they at each other's throats again? And then, there's one more person. A gentleman who seems to have a very imposing impression. I've never seen him before. Who is he? Oh, yes. Let me introduce him to you, Lord Saint, says Prince Raana. This is Lord Ardheg. He joined us on our journey. He's a dragon. I almost bit my tongue in surprise. A dragon? Another dragon? The man named Ardheg just keeps staring at me. Is something the matter? I ask. It's no use. I can't tell at all. Lord Raana, I can't tell if this man is a hero or a king even with my eyes. I don't think he's either, but I also think he is. Just what kind of person is he? That's Lord Saint's charm for you. Okay, what's going on here? Really? In my confusion, Ardheg, in his dragon-like fickleness, starts wandering off somewhere. Oh, if it isn't Vale. I heard that you were here, but I never expected to actually meet you. Huh? Who the hell are you? Have you forgotten? I'm Ardheg the Glint's dragon. Your brother dragon? Oh, I remember now. You're Dalpa. No, I'm Ardheg. Oops, sorry. I remember you now. Seda, right? It's Ardheg. Here, we see Vale and her terrible sense of recognizing faces. The last member of the group is Puffer, but she has been traveling back and forth, so it shouldn't feel like it's been ages. But why do I feel like she has the most drastic change? The fierce outlaw vibe she gave off during our very first meeting has long since disappeared. She seems gentler now. In fact, she has become so mature and charming that you may think she's a different person. What happened to her? Puffer's sudden change confuses me, so I ask Prince Raana. What in the world happened? The thing is, he says, bashful, we've decided to marry. Oh, is that so? Congrats. You're not surprised about that? Well, that topic is just a matter of time that there's no element of surprise left. Still, congratulations to you too. So that explains Puffer's alluring aura, but they're still in the engagement stage. She's as hasty as ever. Prince Raana continues, still bashful. The more we traveled together, the more we decided to settle down. I was convinced that there was no other woman who could support me as well as her. When I return to the Mermaid Kingdom, I'm going to go to my parents and ask for their permission to marry right away. How odd. Even though I myself am married and blessed with children, I still cringe at others' love lives. Anyway, it's one auspicious event after the next. A child was born to me and Platty, and Prince Raana and Puffer are getting married. This festival will probably continue for a while. This could be a good time. Oh, Platty, now a mother, appears with Junior in her arms. Is he taking a nap now? He looks so cute asleep. I was thinking of visiting Mom and Dad so they can meet Junior. Oh, that's great. I'm sure the King of the Mermaid Kingdom would love to see his grandson's face. If you're going home, I think it's a good idea if we go together. I'm sure Mom and Dad would be happy to see you after so long. I couldn't agree more. But what about me? Am I supposed to stay here and wait for them to come back? The loneliness might kill me. Of course, you're also coming with us. To the Mermaid Kingdom. Chapter 291 Setting Sail. Thus, I ended up going with Platty to the Mermaid Kingdom to greet her parents. Usually, greetings are done when you get married, so people might think it's too late after our first child's birth. But no matter how late it is, it's better than not doing it at all, don't you think? So, into the Mermaid Kingdom we go. Look after this place while we're gone. I made Okubo and Gobukachi, the top class among our older members, in charge. They know the ins and outs of the farm, so I feel reassured leaving the place to them. My lord, are you sure about this? Asks Gobukachi, concerned. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be able to run the farm without any problems. No, it's not us we're worried about. It's you, my lord. We heard there's some political strife in the Mermaid Kingdom. If you, Madame, or Junior ever face danger, yes, you should bring more escorts with you. Even Okubo is concerned. I'll be fine. I'm just going to meet Platty's parents. What's dangerous about that? But just in case, it's okay, guys, we have her. I say, pointing at Vale. She's also going to accompany us to the Mermaid Kingdom. Oagiri. She's head over heels for Junior. She hates the thought of being away from him, so much so that she abandoned her efforts to regain control of her dungeon midway and decided to come with us on our trip. I can imagine her not leaving Junior even for a moment while we're there. Nothing's more reassuring than having a dragon by our side. Junior's safe. We can also take care of ourselves. Yes, but I understand, my lord. Still, take care of the farm. You too. Yes, sir. The Mermaid Kingdom visiting group consists of me, Platty, and Junior. Then, there's Vale, who tagged along on her own. Of course, there's also Prince Raana. It seems his traveling party will be accompanying him as well. He said that it's a pilgrimage until he goes back home. So he wants to make a triumphant return with all his comrades. Our means of transportation is a ship. Now's the time to use the mana metal luxury liner Hellsurs, which we built before. She was supposed to be a fishing boat at first, though, but let bygones be bygones. I'd rather show Platty's parents a luxury ship adorned in dwarven ornaments. We board the ship with the least number of orcs and goblins for maneuvering and, let's set sail. We set out to sea, headed for Mermaid Kingdom's capital. There, Platty's parents, who are also my in-laws and Junior's grandparents, are waiting for us. Section. While I was away, you managed to build yet another amazing thing, says Prince Raana, looking around the ship. Haha, right? I can't contain my delight at being praised for something I made myself. Well, the dwarves did help in decorating it. It's a ship that can move without a sail. Not to mention it's entirely made of mana metal. The only person who could own something as luxurious as this is you, Lord Saint. I've been around the world, but none have been as astonishing as your farm. Haha. Oh please. That's too much praise, brother-in-law. On the deck, Son Gokuphon and Artheg are playing some kind of game. I hope they don't take things too far. If an angel and dragon get serious, the ship will sink to the bottom of the sea. But I bring up a basic question I had on my mind. Can we get to the Mermaid Kingdom just by ship? Whenever Prince Raana, Hendra, and the other mermaids would travel to and fro, they were in their mermaid forms. So, that naturally made me think that the Mermaid Kingdom is underwater. Then again, I never really asked about its precise location, but if that's the case, this magical steamship won't make it to the Mermaid Kingdom, no matter how long we sail. Ha ha ha, don't worry, we are well on our way there. I'd like to bluntly ask you this after having come this far. Where is the Mermaid Kingdom? Is it at the bottom of the sea? You'll have to wait until we get there to find out. You should be able to see it by now, huh? Hellsurs is rapidly sailing through the sea. Our orc and goblin crew are maneuvering the ship, but they seem to have a firm grasp of the route under Prince Raana's directions. Lord Saint, the target island is in sight. Island? We're going to an island? Or is that the Mermaid Kingdom? The Mermaid Kingdom is on the sea surface? No, no, replies Prince Raana. I only made a fool of myself. Paradise Island is the land gateway to the Mermaid Kingdom, so to speak. It's owned by the royal family, Paradise Island, for the time being. This is where we landed. Section. This island looks gorgeous. Even from a distance, the contrast between the white rocky surface and the greenery that covered it is pleasing to the eyes. When we arrived, I found that the island had a man-made facility that could be called a port and a well-developed town. A group of soldier-like people rushed to the ship and lined up upon seeing Hellsurs dock. Prince Raana has returned. Princess Platty has returned. They cry out in sharp, loud voices. The rest of the soldiers stomp their feet in time. All hands, salute. Welcome back, your royal highnesses. Even their reception is grand. Good grief. Again with the bombastic reception. This is why I usually don't like coming to this island. Prince Raana. What is this island? It's a sort of surface negotiation facility the Mermaid Kingdom uses to negotiate with land powers like the demon and human kingdoms. A surface negotiation facility. Land dwellers can't go underwater, right? And for security reasons, the Mermaid Kingdom doesn't want to allow them into the capital. That's why they built a facility up here instead to receive land-dwelling diplomats. So, that's what this island is? We received the human and demon envoys who came to propose Platty's marriage here. That's why there are so many guards and welcoming personnel. Oh, that. The soldiers still form a tight line to show their welcome. They're imperial guards. Ah, if they have legs, does that mean they drank the humanizing potion? They must have been professionally trained to welcome guests on land. Prince Raana, the future Mermaid King, we've been waiting for you to come home. Princess Platty, the Mermaid Kingdom's genius. Your talent is our nation's treasure. We are blessed to be graced with your beauty once again. We are blessed indeed. They look like they practiced for this. At these guards, who continue to make loud, ear-piercing noises, Platty hurls a potion at them. Ah, it exploded. Platty, what are you doing? They're so noisy. Junior has just gone to sleep. I'll kill anyone who disturbs my child's sound sleep. True, Anyone will disturb Junior's nap if they keep yelling like that. Guilty as charged. Platty herself hasn't been getting enough sleep these past few days due to Junior's nightly wails. Still, she was unforgiving in throwing the explosive potion. I think I understand now why they call her a witch. End of Volume 8.